You ain't got time for dueling?
War battle, we coming full throttle. Sanctuary.
You do now, where you going?
Time to show our metal. Coooley crew and DFC.
You ain't got time for dueling?
Chosen few. Fire up the night.
Well, you better make
Thursday
time.
night, that's what we do.
Oh, caution is thrown to the wind from this guy.
Back in town, together we rise, conquer the crown. Sanctuary under siege, Coooley crew and DFC, we bring it fire the night, we back it down. Together we rise, conquer the crown. Plan in sight.
And that's what these two guys are doing right here. Clicking and holding against one another and trying to whittle their opponent's life total down to 0. Jeep off to an... Oh my god! Huge comeback from 1! Beautiful chain from Toshank. Just keeping the pressure up and constant damage. Look at this!
We got some more lates in to do, boys. Ladies, keep your shirts on. Please, please. Don't need to be getting demonetized on the old Twitch because you ladies can't keep your shirts on, for Christ's sake. By the way, what's up, guys? Welcome in. It's Thursday night. What in the Amazon is that thumbnail? Look, we're just climbing our way to the top. Don't you worry about it, Maddie. By the way, what's up, Murder? I got a game up, Smuffs. Oh shit, man, these guys about ready to throw down. Holy shit, we're gonna have to get in there and check out this card. It looks like there is violence ready to commence, and I'm pumped about it, man. I'm on this card here today as well. And someday I shall be the champion, boys. We shall be the champ. Once again. Some of y'all might have seen Polytheist stream last night. With your boy on a necromancer, just tearing it up. Some of y'all might have thought it was hacks. But I can promise you. Top necro, checking in. We don't need you guys to mention any names like Vamp the Champ or Squigs or anything. Let's keep that kind of negativity out of the chat. All right? Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, that being said, now that we all agree, let's get in there and let's check out this card, shall we?
You ain't ready for violence between Ted and INVFD.
Oh, shit, man. Yo, I actually can't wait for that track amp. That's going to be sick, man. Holy shit. And thank you so much, man. By the way, you've been sipping on this stuff right here, brother? Have you been stocking up on the lemon juice? I've got a full grip here ready to go today. I was thinking about you as I was pouring this out. I was like, I wonder if track amp stocked up. This shit goes down rough, but it's like the new bourbon, brother. Let me tell you. It's wild. Happy to hear about those results, by the way, too, dude. Big cheers. Let's check this card out. We've got Mr. Squigs going up against GoGators. There was a lot of talk in the Discord. Who's gonna be the guy that's knocking on the door next? Well, let me tell you, this is very interesting. We talked about last time in the HLD division this sort of torch pass-off between GoGators, Squigs, and Polytheist, right? And it's like this triangle at the top. You've got GoGators, who in the past has beaten Squigs, and Squigs in the past who has beaten Poly. But then, to bring it full circle, Poly who beats GoGators at the top. It's just this back and forth passing of the torch. And we are looking for one champion to unite them all, right? To quell all the craziness. and Squigs is the one. We'll have to test that out tonight. He is certainly going in as the underdog, although he's the champion in this fight. I think that's how a lot of people feel. And but a win over GoGators tonight would be a wild victory, and sort of the prove it stamp on his reign at the top as he returns once again. But GoGators, this guy is an animal. What an incredible dueler. I'm so glad to see this guy not only back in the DFC, but just tearing it up. And literally just creating almost his own division now at the top, where you've got to be on his level or you're quickly going to fall out of that top 5. That's just how it is, man. That's always how this guy's been. Absolute top tier dueler. Can't wait for that fight. Then we have got a bit of a split in the melee division, but man, it's kind of cool as it currently resides. This is the melee title bout between Nimrod and Smolps. That is on Legacy melee dueling, right? That's going to be on the Legacy version of the game, the non-ROT dubs. But as we'll see later in the card, a lot of other duelers have converted. So this is actually the only Legacy match on the card tonight. So interesting to see how the community is shifting in a format that kind of allows both, right? In an event that allows both. Really cool to see, and that's no pressure either way to anyone to convert or not. Look, you do what you do. You do what you want. I still haven't converted my melee guy, so ain't no worries, bros. The point is, I think all melee matches, they kind of look the same regardless. So let's just make them happen. Melee is an excellent format. It's going to be so crazy. It feels surreal to see Nimrod back at the top as the champion. And Smolps coming knocking at that door again. He's going to see if he can take back that title and see what he can do with it. We're going to see, though, boys. Then, of course, we've got the reigning, dominant, defending, most dominant LLD champion of all time, the low-level, level 30 dueler himself, DD. He's going to be on a Necro tonight, going up against AF50 on a Sin or a Barb. Up to him, his choice, but DD is a savage, man. There's nobody that can stop this guy. He is well on his way to solidifying. I'm pretty sure he might already be there. We're going to have to check the numbers, but he might have defended his LLD title more than anybody in DFC history. We're going to have to check it out. But this guy is just unstoppable, man. And look at this. Right at the top of the card here, Baloney Pony versus who? Versus who dat, man? That is Toshank back in the DFC. He's going to be on a Sin tonight, going up against up-and-coming Warlock player Baloney Pony. Toshank, and I quote in the Discord, "What the fuck is a Firelock?" Yeah, this guy, he better be ready tonight, man. Baloney Pony is certainly a savage on whatever build he runs. Toshank will certainly have the distance on Baloney Pony. He's gonna have to use it. I think Baloney is ready to take advantage of any excess aggression that Toshank might throw his way, and he could very easily capitalize on that for a big dub. This is an epic match that I can't wait to see, man. Then we've got him Papa Weed welcoming nice one to the DFC in a good old FPK match. That one's gonna be sick. And oh man, I'm so pumped about this. Havito versus the return of a legend, Muchez. Man, oh man, this one is no CS, no plague. Havito will be on the Barb, and I honestly think it's very, very doable for Havito. It is a tough match regardless, but with the right strategy, with the right focus, he can give himself the best shot. It's a tough one. He's gonna have to bust out that Storm Shield though. He's gonna have to go max block because, damn, he's gonna need it versus one of the most savage Zon players, if not the most savage to ever grace the DFC. That one's gonna be a wild one. By the way, Bruno 60 stream streak. What a savage, man. Big cheers to that. Holy shit, yeah. Muchez versus Havito going to be fighting tonight. I think it's going to be good, man. I think that has some potential behind it. It could go either way. Muchez could just flatline Havito. Havito could frustrate Muchez. But I think regardless, no matter how it goes, it's going to be epic, man. Then we've got Nimrod versus Superdude in some Din v Necro showdowns. Damn, man. Y'all better watch out for that Nim. This guy is a savage, but so is Superdude, quickly climbing his way up the ranks. That one is going to be, I think that also has some fight of the night potential right there. Then we've got, look at this one, Polytheist versus Jinshin. This is, you thought the Necro matchup was bad. The Zan matchup for these druids, horrible, absolutely horrible, all right? Which version of the druid will Polytheist bring to the table? He could bring either one, shaman or wind, it's up to him. But either way, it's going to be a tough matchup versus Jinshin's Boazon. I don't know, but however it shakes out, Poly only needs 2 wins in this death match to take the entire bout. Jinshin's going to need 4. So it's going to be wild, man. I don't really know how that one's going to go. But I can't wait to see it, man. If Polytheist wins that, the roof is coming off this place, man. Then we've got Baloney Pony again on the Firelock, just taking on so many legends tonight, from Toshank to Serenity. Does Serenity have what it takes to take down this evasive Firelock that is Baloney Pony? Does he have the tricks? Does he have the timing? I think it's actually going to be a very tough fight for Serenity, but we've never seen Din versus Firelock before. I think if we get to see this, it would be the first time. So, some interesting data to collect. Perhaps Serenity just beats him. Baloney Pony is playing on controller, so he doesn't have the ability to CT cast away and escape these locks that Serenity is so good at getting. So he's going to have to rely on setting some traps. It's going to be an interesting fight, man. Then we've got Punch. Look at this. I told you, so many legends up in here. Going up against a random tool guy. This guy, I don't know, man. This guy up on a Zon, and any of those Zon players, let me tell you, they got those tricks. Punch is probably going to be feeling it like Havito tonight on this Barb versus the Zon. It is not an easy matchup, but this guy, if anyone knows how to, or the types of tools to bust out in the Barb arsenal to take on a Zon, it is Punch, man. So we're going to see if he can do it. Should be an epic fight regardless. Then we've got what we have been warned about in the chat. Track Amp versus Ted Stickles in some D versus FD. Some Druid versus Fire Druid action. I actually am pumped about this. I remember Dio versus Polytheist back in the day, and it was some of the wildest back and forth ever. It really could go either way, depending on who gets the locks, who gets the stomps, who's patient. You know, it's all about timing. And I can't wait to see this. This one's going to be a real fun match, man. Then we've got Will versus Krypton Ninja. Oh, shit, dude. I am so pumped about this. Krypton Ninja has one of the most interesting paladins ever built for PvP. It's this, we have it listed as VT Aura, but it's Vanquisher Inquisitor is his name for it. And you'll just have to see. It uses anything from auras to FOH to smite to charge. Maybe even some elemental skills in there. It's wild. It's got a lot of, it's a Swiss Army knife of Dins is what it is. But Will is a refined savage on that sin, so he's going to put Krypton Ninja to the test to see if he can break the defenses of a well-honed, well-rounded, certainly top tier, much experienced Sin player. He's going to have to bring it all to the table as Krypton Ninja. Then we've got Travix on Smite versus Riz on the Sin or Din. Riz will have the option, man. He could go in with a Din. I know he was looking to get some duels in with that. That could be pretty epic. Or he could go with his trusty Sin. By the way, Famine, what's up, man? Thank you so much again for parking the Prime here, brother. Holy shit. Big cheers. And look at this. Kyle coming in. Where the HLD Sorks at, he says. I know, right, bro? Thank you so much for the 38 months, man. Big cheers. Holy shit, boys. We're going to have to make a special trip to the Hall of Fame after this. Y'all are just too kind. Then, look at this, man. We've got me versus Max Zychek to Lock v Lock. Look, it's time somebody shuts him down, all right? This guy is known as the top Warlock player in the DFC. And if I'm ever going to be the champ, We're gonna have to shut this guy down. But I think he's actually, I got some intel. I think he's going out, he's getting drunk tonight, and then he's coming back and trying to duel. So if ever there was a time to take Max's title, it's right now. Perfect. You know, timing beats skill. That's what it is. And that one's going to be an epic throwdown, I think. Either way, it's going to be a good rematch. I might have to token my warlock a bit, but we're gonna make it happen, man. And Max better. He's in trouble. He's in trouble, man. Then in the LLD division, we've got Lol Ragers versus Nimrod, man. This one's going to be sick. That is a Zon v Din matchup. Honestly, I think it's going to be tough for Nim. But if he can close the distance, there is a certain setup where you can give Zon's trouble. But we'll see what he brings to the table, whether it's a charger, whether it's an H-Din, and see what tricks he comes up with to take on the most dominant Zon player in the LOD division, man. Lol Rages is a savage. This is going to be tough. Nim is certainly the underdog here, but a win would be a huge victory and a big statement in the LLD division. Then we've got, look at this guy, Murder SC, the man, the myth, on an H-Din. He's on what? This guy bringing an H-Din to the table. Holy shit. And he's going up against Smolps on a Sorceress. Oh shit. Smolps, this guy has a couple of duels under his belt in LLD now, and this is one of the first times I think we've seen Murder SC, if not the first time we've seen him competitively play on an H-Din. So this could be interesting. Does Smolps have what it takes to take down a legend? We're gonna see. I don't know. Murder's a savage. And what is this?
Mirror, Ted NBFD will encrypt Dinby down.
Dude, I'm telling you, this is gonna be wild, man. I can't wait for this night. By the way, thank you for that update, Trackam. Appreciate you, man. And another 2-coin tip over here. Dude, appreciate you, dude. Big cheers. I want to see Sloot destroy Icy on LLD Necro. Dude, that would actually be a dope fight, man. Really dope fight. And look at this melee division. This is all in the ROT Dubs division, boys. And look at this. An interesting surprise fight for the card down here. Probably not used to seeing a title bout come up at the bottom of the list, but this one is for the newly created ROT Dubs Melee Final. It's or the melee belt, essentially. It's the second one. It's the second. There's 2 melee belts now. All right, that's my point. And this is for the second one. This is for the newly introduced ROT Dubs belt in the melee division. These guys have fucking climbed up the ranks and are absolute melee legends, man. Coach Jason been asking about it for a while, and now he's got his chance to take on Donger for the crown. And by the way, stay frosty. Holy shit, man. The gifted membership. My guy, the Sergeant Frosty himself. Let's tip one back. Hell yeah, bro. It is going to be a wild night. We've got AF50, Shapendi. We've got Darius D2R and Skeletor in the melee division. All of these guys bringing new tricks, new tactics to the melee division in Reign of the Warlock. It's going to be a wild night, boys. I hope that you are fucking ready for violence. And there's one thing I need to say before we go into the Hall of Fame, and that is, Maddie sucks. Wow. Holy shit, boys. Thank you so much. A big cheers to you guys tonight. Thank you so much. Stay Frosty, Track Amp, Kyle, Famine. That's the shit, man. That's, subs, memberships, donos, all of that stuff, not necessary at all, but much appreciated. And as you guys know, with it comes a VIP ticket into the Hall of Fame. So welcome in newly crowned Hall of Famers and legends. Enjoy your golden seats for the evening. And please, please, do not fondle the statues. This is the only fucking time that I'm gonna ask, all right? Let's get shaped up for the night, shall we? All right. Damn, son, I think these guys ready to throw down. Holy shit. Yeah, let's friggin' pop right up in here. Look at this lively stream. Holy shit. This is crazy. Look at this. Look at this. In case this is your first time in the DFC and you're wondering what to do, you know what? Let me get on an appropriate screen here so y'all can see it, all right? Let's do this right. I'll walk you through just in case this is your first time. Actually, no, y'all can see this, right? Yeah, look at this. Look at this. This is the Discord right here. See it right in the background. You're gonna have to peer in the depths back there, right? You see right up above my fat head over here? Join the stream channel. If this is your first time in the DFC, link up with your opponent, get ready to jam, get ready to slam, get ready to Alabama, as a wise man once said, and then pop into that channel once you guys are in game, share your screen. That lets me know you're ready to throw down, you guys are ready to go, and the violence can commence. That gives us the cue to pop in there and check out your match, man. It's gonna be a wild one. I can't wait. And speaking of which, I gotta make me a little cue here because holy shit, we've got some murderous people up in here. I'm gonna start, speaking of which, with Murder SC. And I think he might be going up against Smulps. I think that's what's happening first. And then we'll go. We've got Punch up in there. Then we've got Nimrod versus Superdude and Travix. That's what I see here. Some of those might be a little bit out of order. We're going to figure this out. We're going to make shit happen. But this is how we'll start. Murder SC versus Smalps. That's what we're gonna look at first, and then Punch, then Nim versus Superdude, then Travix. Just to give you guys the rundown once again. Let's friggin' do it, man. It's Thursday night. It's DFC. It's time to get violent. Bill, it's not a title fight, bud. It would have been cool if we would have gone right into it with a title fight, but you know, we pay you 16 forum gold a month, and you still fucking shit up around here. All right, let's get ready here, boys. This is gonna be Murder SC versus Smulps in the LLD division. We see Murder SC charging around. Look at this. I gotta say though, this is something. Smulps has now, look, he's better at utilizing his range and undercutting this Din. Look at this. He's getting below Murder SC and he's landing some big shots as Murder is looking for his angle. This could be pretty bad here. Murder SC swapping to Meditation to re-up on some of that mana. But it looks like he's landed some shots. Oh, man. And look at this. Smulps still has the Hydras. He's still rocking those. I love this. In this matchup in particular, Hydras might actually be really good. That's going to force some movement out of Murder SC, which is going to be nuts. Wow, man. Yeah, Murder on a Din. Uh-oh, he almost landed that too. He had an incredible angle there. No friggin' way! What is this? From the brink of defeat, Murder SC gets there. That's what it is, man. It's that fucking helmet. That's what it is. This guy coming in with the helmet.
Bill, you keep it up until Coooley pays you a living wage. My leg should be good enough to representative HLD Sork next week.
Look, Kyle, don't you be giving Bill any ideas. He doesn't need to know about things like fair pay, freedom, and basic human rights, okay? He doesn't need to know. Don't you be using that text-to-speech to remind him of those things, okay? All right? He doesn't need to know about that shit. Bro, thank you so much, by the way, for the 7 Canadian coin tip, man. Wild. Big cheers to this guy. Can't wait to see that HLD Sork back next week, man. Yeah, so the leg should be feeling good enough. You probably still got some weeks, though. You probably still got some weeks where you're going to have to be off that thing, which is, that's sad, man. I'm sorry to hear about it, but it's going to be good to have you back, brother. Look, do it safely, right? Take care of yourself first. Don't hurt yourself. It gets violent out there in the blood more. There's a lot of chasing sometimes that you got to do. You don't need to be doing that on some beat up legs. Big cheers again, brother. Really appreciate you. All right, here we go. Murder SC going in for round 2. He actually got there that last round. Smolps had landed so many shots versus him. Now, this is the thing. Smolps he has a tendency to chase a little bit. And that's what got him in trouble in that first round. He ended up running into hammers. There was, from what we saw, there was no real clean hammers that Murder SC landed. It was basically just, he succeeded in getting Smolps to chase him into a hammer field, which that is smart. That is certainly something you want to do sometimes as a Din, but it's also something that Smolps has to pay attention to. He has to really watch out for, especially as he chases upwind like that when he's chasing Murder SC down. He is teleporting dangerously close to these hammer fields. He is utilizing the Hydras at this point, though, and that's going to be interesting. That's going to force a little bit of movement out, but it looks like Murder SC is already in a good pattern of just throwing up hams. He's got a nice movement pattern, flooding the moor with hams as he tries to cut an angle. Nice shot there. He's actually landed a number of hits here. Oh my God, he might have landed another one there, but now he's in a lot of trouble. I think he actually landed a hammer versus Smolps. Smolps has to be very careful as he chases him down. Oh, and there it is. Lands the fireball shot and gets there. Now it is 1-1 between Murder SC and Smolps. And in case you didn't know, this is a level 30 duel. Level 30 LLD. It's gonna be, this is nuts, man. Whole different form of duel. And you might be wondering, why is there a Din charging around like this is some LOD shit right here, right? This is level 30, man. It's a whole different style of dueling, and certainly one that's very close to my heart, man. Donger versus Jason is going to be solid. Glad ROT Dubs has a melee belt now, dude. Hell yeah, Thor Jitsu. I think you're really the, you're one of, if not the founder of that, right? The one person I think that was pretty, pretty adamant about like, hey, look, people need to convert. We need to do this. We need to have a belt, right? Who would have thought you would be on the forefront of something, you know? That's pretty wild. Big cheers to you for that. What up, Mr. Sykes? Sorry about this, catching up on chat as well. And sir, what's his name? Look at this. Everybody, pay homage to this guy. The tier 3 sub. He says, DFC, baby, sup? You forgot smart and thin. Of course. That's what it is. 16 form gold, that's like 3 tickets. That could be 10K if he picks it right. Look. Exactly. See, those are the things Kyle doesn't want to tell Bill that he could do with his forum gold. You know, he could be rich right now if he could play it right, but freaking Kai, what's up, guys? So good to see you, man. Yeah, Smolps controller magic. Uh-oh, though. He's got to be very careful. You notice as he's going up here, when he teleports on controller, the big difference, and we're watching this from Smolps' point of view here, you might notice that his keybinds might look a little different. You know, his UI might look a little different. He's playing on controller, and he's got to be very careful because he can't teleport anywhere he wants, basically. He can either, I think, tele-stomp someone on controller or teleport to a random direction that is at a set distance away from his starting point. Teleport is very weird on controller, but Smolps has some experience with it, and he has certainly, as you can see, oh man, catches an Invisa hammer there. That ain't good. He certainly navigates it well. He has a very distinct teleporting pattern that you can tell he doesn't get overzealous. He's very aware of the risks of stomping anyone, especially on this character right here. And especially in this matchup. This guy, I mean, he is dialed in with teleporting on controller. And in the level 30 division, his character is the only one that has that natural advantage of teleport. Granted, there are other characters that can do it with the help of a teleport staff. But if you don't have a teleport staff, you can't really teleport. I guess if you're a warlock, you can blade warp, but that's about it. Dragon flight from the Sin, you know, but all of those are just wannabe teleports is what they are. Teleport is king. And Smolps will enjoy that natural teleport advantage in level 30 duels here as he switches to Insight to re-up on some of that mana. Look at this. Just blowing his wad here with a whole bunch of fireballs, but they're paying off. He's connecting with them. And he has led Murder SC into an absolute gaggle of Hydras down here. I don't think any of those landed, but that must have been a scary sight for Murder as he's coming down. Yeah. You can def blind spot and teleport where you want to with controller. You can. Okay. I have never played with controller, but I was under the impression that it's a set distance when you teleport. I'm sure you have some agency over where that is, you know, what direction it is, but from my understanding, it is pretty hard to teleport exactly where you want to. Especially at the distance you want to teleport, right? Yeah. Oh, all right. Well, how about this? We'll give him, we'll bring it up to 17 a month, Kyle, all right? Maybe 18. That's going to be like, you know, if he plays his JSP tickets right, he could be rich. He really could be rich. Smolp's out of mana here. Both of these guys actually very low. But, oh man, holy shit. Murder SC cutting some nice angles here. That was a nice hammer, but unfortunately he didn't have concentration up when he threw it, so that didn't do max damage. But a bad teleport there from Smolps now evens out the score here, and both of these guys, it could go either way. Oh, and there it is. The hammer catches him, and now it's 2-1 in favor of Murder SC, the absolute savage. This guy right here, he is showing no mercy, tipping back a brewski as he hasn't even taken his helmet off. He's got it on. He's in pure god tier mode with that helmet. Pure god tier mode. He is showing no mercy. You ought to be scared of that boy with the helmet on, you know? Yep, once you figure it out, it's always the same distance, so you'll figure out your stomp distance with time, experience, word. Okay, that's what I thought. So it's like the same distance. You have agency over where it goes, but yeah, it certainly comes with practice. That's the thing. Stats on the helm, I'm gonna guess at least 100% increased attack speed. You know, and certainly 125% cast. That thing is hacked. But unfortunately, we can't get a good view of it in game, so we're gonna have to allow it. Gonna have to allow that helm. +1 beer rep. Yeah, right? Repping to full with the beers. Nice angle there for Murder. So look at this. Murder is actually trying to strategically use the distance of these teleports to his advantage from his opponent. He's trying to get him to go around certain pieces of terrain and set him up just like that. Some incredible hits right there. Those ones landed, and Smalls might actually be in trouble. Yeah, that is a crazy hat for LLD. By the way, what's up, Joby? Good to see you, man. All right, I know that's the nicest thing I've ever said to Joby. I'm sorry, I'm a little out of character here. All right, a little out of character. Maddie already chose his villain arc tonight. Did you hear what Maddie said earlier? Popped right in and said that Max is gonna absolutely trash his opponent tonight. That was so mean. I forgot who his opponent was, but that's no way to talk to anybody in the DFC. I can't remember who Max's opponent was, but that's an awfully mean thing for somebody to say. I was about to say how nice of him. Recorded. Oh my god. Uh-oh, and now here it is. Smolps is in trouble. It looks like he took a couple of hammers there early on in this part of in the early part of the duel. He took a couple of hams. He might have taken another one there. I like what he's doing here with the distance. He actually was able to land so many fireballs on Murder SC right there with some perfect timing. That angle that Smolps was teleporting at downwards and just chucking the fireballs almost at point blank range, making it very hard for Murder SC to actually hit him. He never stomped. Smolps never stomped. He was always just below and threw the fireball up. They were always connecting, and he took very little damage for that. He certainly won out in that exchange. That was insane. But now, Smolps, as he closes in on finishing Murder SC in this round, this is where you can't get too overzealous. You got to utilize that range as a fireball sorceress. And there it is. Lands 2 more shots with the fireballs, and Murder SC is 1 FB away from losing this round. And Smolps trying to tie it up. Look at this. Smolps trying to dictate the pace of the fight. I like this. He's probably repping back some mana. But also what he's doing is he's dictating the pace of the fight here. He's being careful not to chase too much. Because that's how he knows he's going to run right into those hammers. He's trying to dictate the pace, dictate the distance here. That's very smart. Very smart. Get Murder to come into him as Murder tries to turn the tides a little bit. He might have landed one there. The unfortunate part here is Murder SC is very low on mana, and that is forcing him to, he's now throwing hammers on Meditation side, which is, that's going to cost him quite a bit of damage. Those ones could be good, and it's possible... I was going to say it might be possible that Smolps runs into some of those. His angle was almost there. Rolled any good Sunders? I rolled that -10 magic, but all the rest of the stats weren't really that great. I rolled a perfect cold one. I think it was like perfect. I think it was a perfect either -10 or +15. Rolled a couple of good ones. I haven't actually been searching for Sunders. Ever since I heard that they were going to make them even more common, I lost interest in actually playing and hunting for them. I was like, whatever, they're going to be easier. So I just stopped playing. I was like, all right, whatever. Like, we'll get them eventually. They'll be dirt cheap. Rolled a shit, +8 fire damage today. Oh, shit. Hey, not bad, though. I mean, it's a Sunder, right? Soon enough, they'll be common as shit, and they'll be worthless, but... right now, like, any Sunder is really cool to find. And by the way, there it is. Smolps ties it up. Now 2-2. Yeah, at least it's off the Chronicle. Exactly. Yeah, 2-2 between these guys. This is wild. Y'all ought to see Squigs' Sunder, man. Y'all ought to see the one that Squigs rolled. Hold up. Let me see if I can bring it up. He sent me a pic the other day. This thing is fucking wild. Check this one out, man. Let's take a quick little peek as we go in here. Let's have ourselves a look-see, shall we?
Your power was no match for mine.
Yo. All right, hold up. Let's bring this over here. Bam. Check this out, man. Check this beast of a Sunder out. This is one that Squigs rolled. Y'all better watch out now. He's bringing this to the DFC. He's bringing it to the DFC, boys. Boom! Look at that, dude. 59 life, 21 FHR, -10 magic res. Bros. That is probably one of the most savage ones. Yeah, 2 of them. The other one was pretty sick too, but that one right there is my favorite. That is just wild. Wow, gotta say. Pretty insane.
Nothing will stand in my way.
All right, and here we go. We're back to it, boys. It's 2-2 in this matchup between Smolps and Murder SC. Murder SC coming in. He's got that helmet on. Full focus here. Let's have a look at Smolps's point of view here. See how this is looking on his end. If he's caught a few hams early in this round, Murder SC is at about half life. Oh my god. Murder SC has landed some big shots. This is where FOH really pays off. Oh, I like this. I like this. Smolps is trying to kite him into these Hydras, trying to punish him for closing the distance and trying to get that charge. Murder was trying to go for that charge PK, but is it going to be enough? Is he going to be able to get it? He's literally going all out here. Smolps landing some hits. I love how he set that up, too. He's forward casting those Hydras and leading Murder SC into them. Murder SC wisely backs off here. He notices he ain't going to win that battle. He ain't going to win that one right there. He's still going in for it, though. He's still going in for it. This would be an incredible comeback for Smolps here if he can get it. And look at this. I've noticed that Murder... Oh, my God. Invisaham. Oh, she-it, man. She-it. That hammer identifies as a lethal object, and its pronouns are she-it. That was fucking wild. Now 2-3 in favor. In favor of Murder SC. That was crazy. That was actually a pretty good start to a comeback there from Smolps. He was from the brink of defeat. He was doing some big damage. Murder SC was getting a little wild there, though. I think he knew that he had the scepter and he was just going to go in, try to get that charge PK. But unless you kind of set your character up for it, you're kind of at the mercy of just big RNG for that hit to actually connect and do enough damage where, you know, it actually does finish the fight. On a Hammerden, it is a little rough. If you're on a Livy, well, that changes things. Yeah, exactly. I've only seen one like it so far. It's -10. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if I rolled one that sick, Squigs, at this point, I would probably sell it because Blizzard's gonna ruin the fucking game and make it so that Sunders are so common. They're gonna be so common. Dude, who was it? It was GGM who found 7 Sunders in like one afternoon or something like that. Yeah, they're gonna be so common. Just like, I would just sell it. It sucks to lose something like that, but in typical Blizzard fashion, they will ruin the game. They're gonna make Sunders... Everybody cried, and now they're gonna be super common. Worthless. Fucking worthless. And I mean, by worthless, I mean, like, you will be able to, like, a 100% perfect Sunder will probably be worth something, but, like, everything, they're just all gonna be trash. They're all going to shit. The awesomeness of finding a Sunder is going to disappear with the patch. Yeah, I'm really not looking forward to it. It's the worst thing that they're doing. I saw all the changes about Sunders and all of this stuff, and I was like, all I heard was, we heard a bunch of people crying, so we changed the game so it would be easier for them. Yeah, I remember you said that, Thorjitsu. Thorjitsu sold his physical one as soon as they announced that. I think that was pretty smart. You have good endgame loot filter, which includes all value items. Not really. Not really at all. I don't think it's very efficient. I don't think it's efficient at all. I don't have any experience building loot filters, so I don't want to pretend that I do. What I'll probably do is just end up finding someone else's loot filter, learning from it, and adjusting it to my standards. I think that's what I've come down to, because I'm pretty sure I didn't build my loot filter right. I guess, like... Yeah, I don't understand the priorities of it. I'm bad at loot filters. I've never used one in my entire life. But as soon as I get a good one that is actually worthy of sharing, I'll post it somewhere. I think I have a rudimentary version of a loot filter of mine that's on the warlock build. It's like there's a video that I put out about like one of the warlocks, and I think it was maybe the Echoing Strike build. But either way, there's a loot filter attached to that, and that's like a pretty rudimentary version of mine. It's not bad, but it certainly could be better. I just use a generic cutout, all non-full Jube potions and ammo. That's pretty much the bulk of the junk. Yeah, honestly, I think that's good enough. Like with a game like Diablo 2, really, if you really don't even need to get that granular. If you just cut out the potions and like low gold piles, ammo, it's like good enough. Oh man, and another Invisa Hammer, just like that, 4-2. Unbelievable. It is tough to utilize the maximum range that you can when those Invisahams are flying all around, right? It's hard to predict them. You really gotta spend some time in the trenches dueling against specifically an H-din, or really dueling with an H-din as well. And then you learn exactly where those hammers probably are. It is really it's an art. Invisa hamming, Invisa projectiling, it is an art, let me tell you. Learning it, mastering it, responding to it is certainly an art. And check this out, man. Let's check this gear out from both of these guys. Surprisingly similar. Look at this surprisingly similar gear here. Both of these guys using Spirit Sword. That's a very popular choice in level 30 duels. And they both have a circlet, which is probably 220. Yeah, look at this. Cow King's boots there for Murder SC. Could easily be Sanders as well. Spirit Shield for the Din. That is something that no other class gets to use. That's a beautiful helm there. 122 open socket. Look at this 15-15 string. A beautiful 210 amulet with life, mana, and cold res. A little bit of AR there too. Damn, son. And look at that. There was that honor he was charging in there with. Meditation. It's +4 meditation, +4 concentration, +4 blessed hammer. This thing is insane. That's a crazy honor scepter right there. Very nice, paladin H-din gear for level 30. Yeah, and there it is, the Visceratant shield for Alicia Keys, aka the Smallps. Look at that jewel. 5 strength, 9 dex. Also got the Cow King's boots. 230, 20. Look at all the mana on that circlet. Beautiful. Beautiful gear here. SOJs, that just makes the most sense. It's hard to beat that in level 30 duels. And then the Fire Skills Amulet. Actually not bad. I don't really even think you need the cast on that. The only time you need the cast on the amulet is if you get a really GG wand. But yeah, what a setup here for these guys. That was insane. Next up, by the way, virtual round of applause for these two. That was pretty savage. Up next, we've got Punch. And I believe, who is this guy? He's going up against... It is Punch versus Random Tool Guy. Oh man, yeah, that's right. That's right. Let's jam this, boys. Let's get up in there. This is Punch going up against Random Tool Guy, who's gonna be on an Amazon. A good old Amazon. I can't wait to see how this one goes, man. Look at this. Look at these clean graphics. Look at these clean graphics on Punch's end here. Look at how we are zoomed the fook in. And that looks good, man. Holy shit. Oh, and here it is. All right. I'm very curious to see how Punch is going to approach this right here. He's going in, taking a few chip shots. Oh, I love it. I love it. Using that, he's flashing Holy Freeze here. Oh, and he's using Concentrate too. This is huge. This is huge. Random Tool Guy might not be ready for this. Concentrate is wild. This is an insane choice of a skill right here. So him using concentrate is going to be a big deal versus random tool guy Zon. Why, you might be wondering? Well, because Zons really rely on knocking their opponents back who close the distance and get a little too close. But concentrate is uninterruptible. You cannot get knocked back out of concentrate. It is impossible. So that will only give 1 frame in which random tool guy can knock punch back in these exchanges, as opposed to going in with berserk where you can just get knocked back out of it, and it's really bad. Yeah, let's fucking go. That was actually a good round, man. Very close between these guys. It is now 1-0 in favor of punch. This is crazy. I gotta say, man, he's got his graphics dialed right up, and even his broadcasting abilities in Discord. This is looking clean. Look at this. 1440p with 60 FPS. That is, whew, man, what a savage. Yeah, GG, Murder and Smolps. That was friggin' sick, man. That was an epic bout. I'm pumped we got to see Murder SC on the HDIN. I thought you could get it, Smolps. I was like, oh shit. Those first couple rounds, I was like, uh-oh. Murder SC's in trouble. Murder adapted very quickly. Look at this. You can clearly see here Punch flashing that Holy Freeze, but trying to turn this into basically a melee match. That is basically what he's trying to do. He's kind of okay with it. Flashing that Holy Freeze, getting in there. It doesn't last long, though. He ticks him with that Holy Freeze, and by the time he swaps over and gets in there, that Holy Freeze is basically gone. But that is an interesting tech. Not a lot of people know about that, but that is something that Barbs can do. They can flash that. Oh my God, big one shot there for Punch. Getting through from the brink of defeat. Holy shit. OG Punch is a fucking legend. He sure is, man. This guy's been rolling on the barb, and he's been going since the days of old school LOD, and he has been playing at the highest level. I think he and Joby had one of the most epic showdowns in DFC 2. Back when we did seasons, those guys had one of the most, or was it? Yeah, that was 2. And it was just one of the most epic title bouts ever. It was Smiter versus Barb, and holy shit, LOD style, Punch pulled it out. It was actually really incredible, man. Like, incredible to see. Very, very skillful player, and he has not given that up coming into D2R. In fact, he has let those skills show the world just how good a Barb can be in D2R. It's wild. I remember how he beat Muchez with his Drax and his Holy Freeze build. Muchez was mad as fuck. He probably didn't expect it. That's the thing, man. Muchez is one of those guys that he adapts quickly, but if you can tilt him with something, like if you throw something in the mix that tilts him in a competitive duel, that could be just what you need to get, you know, three or maybe 4 wins in there. If he can't figure out an immediate way, you know, but he usually adapts pretty well. But when you get a strat like that on top of having a good player like Punch, it's really hard to recover from getting caught by surprise like that. By the way, what up, Hellink? Good to see you, man. F key supremacy? Yeah, look at that, man. He's playing with those F keys. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, that is some old school shit right there. He's holding that name lock. He's gonna go in for a surprise just like that, man. That is a sneaky lock right there. I don't see a lot of Barbs doing that, but it is very, very smart. What he does is he holds that whirlwind lock, and you know, he keeps whirlwinding off screen, holding the lock, and just when you think that he doesn't have you locked, that's when he turns the tides, gets in there, telly stomps, and makes it happen. Getting in there, making it dirty. Cinematic zoom on his Barb there, just showing off the sexiness. Getting in there, trying to cons him down. Nice walk down strat from random tool guy. That was incredible. That was actually incredible. That is him adapting to Punch here. Now Punch is in trouble. Punch is probably one jab. Oh my god! From the brink of defeat yet again. He's like, Bo ran off. Damn, son. Holy shit. Literal brink of defeat.
Hello.
In that situation, I think random tool guy just, you know, he just stays on jab side and starts throwing those jabs. I think that's the answer there. He might not have known how low Punch was, but holy shit, man. Yeah, he was literally one lightning bolt away. Just landing a lightning bolt and the duel's over. And by landing, I mean, you just have to click on the opponent, right? Like, that skill always hits. You know, the lightning damage from it always hits, and it's always enough.
What can I do for you?
Yep, pure cinema, man. Pure cinema. Savage. Good looking Baba. Shield Barb with Enigma is scary. Yeah, man, I'm telling you. I think that Barbs certainly can do it here. They certainly can pull this matchup off. They really can. Now there is sort of a cheese strat that the Amazons can do, and that's just use Plague Javelin, right? But there's, you know, and that just, or CS, right? Like, you know, if you just switch up your entire build. But there's also something an Amazon can do, which it looks as though Random Tool Guy certainly, he at least has, he has some sort of poison on his build here. But you can also just not use multi-shot and use a lot more poison charms. So that just makes it so that it's really hard for the Barbarian to stack up max block, keep his damage high, stack up DR and PLR to fight back against all the fuckery. And it's just one of those things that you can catch him. You can catch him with these jabs, you can catch him with anything as he comes in, and just do some big damage. And as he retreats, as he goes away, he's just getting whittled down. Haven't had a reply from Riz yet. Don't know if he's dueling or not. Oh shit, alright. Alright, word, man. Yeah, holy shit. And there it is, man. Punch gets there. That looks like a clean 4-0 right there. That is wild. That is wild. Holy shit, man. Hell Inc.
Happy dueling, fellas. Bring the pain.
Bring the motherfucking pain. Hell Inc. Bro, thank you so much for the 20 spot, man. Let's all tip a virtual cheers back to our boy Hell Inc. That was super kind of you, man. Look, this guy always so generous coming in. Bro, look, stream is free, Hell Inc. Stream is free, okay? No need of any of that. Much appreciated, but certainly not required, my friend. That is so crazy. Big cheers. Punch, getting in there, showing how it's done on the Barb. That was incredible, man. Absolutely incredible. Random Tool Guy, that was definitely, certainly a tough matchup. Certainly a tough matchup for him as he comes into the DFC. But, you know, starts things off running. All right, now his next opponent, he doesn't stand a chance. Just how it is. All right, next up, we've got Nimrod versus Superdude, I believe, in the HLD division, possibly. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. We've got Nimrod. Look at him waiting ominously by the fire in typical champ fashion over here. Waiting to cut down his opponent. Maybe. We're gonna see. Pestilence, aka Superdude, also climbing up the charts pretty quickly, just like Nimrod. Both of these guys just climbing up the ranks. And I think we're gonna see the best of the best right here. Just the best of the best back and forth. It looks like Nimrod might be on a bit of a smiter build here. Interesting. And he's rocking that bow. Okay, all right, boys. This is about to get real. He's rocking the bow. Cheers, man. Y'all entertain me on my Thursdays. Doesn't get any better. Dude, I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's huge. I'm glad you enjoy this. I was just talking with someone who didn't know anything about the DFC, about this event recently. And I mentioned something like that. I was like, look, man, it's basically the highlight of my Thursdays, and I know that some other people feel the same way. And I'm glad you're one of those people, Hell Inc. That's you know, it's a great part of the Thursday, let me tell you. I love what Nim is doing here. This is really what you have to do versus Necros. They have these ridiculous setups now where they are going to punish your magic res. You legit have to make them play a bit differently, and that is what Nim is trying to do. He's trying to increase his distance here, use that bow. Where is Superdude is the question. Oh man, and there it is. Holy shit. Holy shit, man. Nim getting there. That was crazy.
I can't carry anymore.
Nim caught him, man. Superdude was setting up. He had a nice train set up there. Nimrod got in, charged him, landed a hit, and was able to capitalize on it. That was wild.
I am overburdened.
That right there, I tell you, it might feel appropriate in some occasions where when you're going up against the Din, especially as you're waiting for him to come in. I like the approach from Superdude there, setting up a spirit train, and that almost did pay off. He scored some big hits with that train. But it goes to show why, like, in those situations, it's so important to just chuck spears, right? You discourage your Din opponent from coming in. You punish them for if they're even slightly slow at grabbing the lock, they get punished so hard. Yeah, staring into the fiery abyss, that's what it is. Hey, thanks, Sub-Zero. Appreciate you, man. Did you learn them something? I hope they come around, right? Now, it was actually someone from Twitch. It was like someone from Twitch. They did this little survey where they were interviewing random creators, and like that was who it was. So maybe he will. Maybe he will. Maybe he'll pop in, you know? It's crazy. Some beautiful hits there from Nimrod. He scored a couple of smites. See, I thought for sure Nim would be on a Hammered In for this setup, but he has chosen Smiter. I think Smiter versus Bone Necro is actually a harder duel. It's harder to pull off. It requires some very high skill level from of Smiter play, essentially. But here's the secret sauce in Nimrod's setup. He is using, you might see him start busting out that bow periodically, right? That's a Widowmaker, and he uses that because it gives any player +5 to guided arrow. This makes it so that you can proc life tap, you can proc hits, do actual damage, open wounds from far on the outside. It gives a smiter who would otherwise have 0 distance, right? You have to close the distance. It gives a smiter the maximum possible distance that you could ask for. He can now reach out and touch Superdude from all the way across the screen. Really throws a wrench into the system of Superdude here. As Superdude launches those bone spirits, he's trying to connect from afar, trying to utilize that range. Oh, and he catches him again, just like that. Very nicely done from Nimrod. That was incredible. Now 2-0 in his favor. Damn, son. Yeah, I gotta say, that is very impressive from Nim. It is pretty tough to fight Necros in their new form, dude, with all of their tricks, all of their new gears. Even the 2.4, what was it? 2.4 changes with the bone spirit spells doing absolute asinine shit tons of damage. It's tough to compete with that. But Nim getting in there, making it happen. That was crazy. Y'all in your name locks, right? That was clean. That was a clean name lock from Nim.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
That was absolutely nuts. All right, and here we go. Here's the next round between these guys. And Nim is hitting that shrine early on just to get out of the way. No damage taken. Oh my god, he gets an upcharge on him. Now, an upcharge is something where you don't necessarily need that name lock, right? The name lock is sort of it doesn't need to happen. If you just click on anywhere near your opponent with charge, it's almost like FOH, where it's going to pick a target, so as long as it didn't pick one of the pets or something, if you click somewhere near them, it will actually charge them. So you might have heard about this strategy called foot charging. Well, that is exactly what people abuse to try to unleash massive amounts of charges all at once on somebody, right? So they'll get very close and they won't actually click on their name. they'll just hover below their feet somewhere so that they don't get a name lock, but they keep casting charge right below their opponent's feet. And that will basically hit with a full-fledged charge every time it goes off. Interesting strategy there for Superdude as he comes in. He did score some shots with the spear there. That spear really paid off. That was beautifully done. Unfortunately, he did catch a couple of smites for his troubles there. But that was exactly what he needs to do. The spirits are nice. Oh, Nim gets hit with an Invisa spirit there. And the Din gets hit with an invisible projectile. Feels like Superdude's DR is a little low, like he's a little bit squishy. It could be, but it looks like he might have a, does he have an SS on? Did I see an SS in there? He could be making up for it like that. And I don't believe Nim has a Sunder with like minus physical res. I don't believe he has one of those. So he could be adequate. Or just, I mean, who knows? Some big hits from Nim here. Could be proccing that crushing blow. Uh-oh. Risky stomp there from Superdude. But Nim is very low now, though. By the way, just want to let you guys know, we also have just started up team duel channels in the Discord. So if you're trying to get one of those going, you want to get linked up with a team, you can check that out in Discord right below the join the stream channel in the voice channel section. There's these new divisions of team duels channels, and go ahead, pop into there, let people know. You know, that essentially lets people know you're looking for a team duel, and who knows, you might actually get one set up. Holy shit, man, from the brink of defeat, Nimrod gets there. That was looking clean. I don't even think he's gone back to town to kiss Akara yet. 3-0, man. Holy shit. Yeah, that is wild. Nimrod really showing improving here. This is crazy. I know that Stu and Maddie earlier were talking about potentially popping into team duels if they can get any going, if there's any popping off. But who knows? We've got Travix after this. We're gonna pop in. I know that he's got himself a duel versus Riz, but he hasn't heard back from him yet. We'll just check in, see what's going on. But you know, if we've got some time, maybe we'll start one up, dude. Maybe we'll jam it. As Nim goes in looking for that name lock. But we do actually have some more people streaming here too. We've got Smolps up in here. I'm gonna check back in with him. I know he's got a melee match tonight, which should be pretty epic. And then we've got Lol Rages, it looks like. I think that's who that is. I get a truncated streamer version mode. Yeah, that's right. That's all right. Good stuff. But the rosters, or the queue is looking like this. We've got Nimrod, Superdude right here. That's what we're watching now. We're going to check in with Travix next, Smolps, then Lol Rages. Duel here, GMX is for teams. All right, hell yeah. Thank you, Maddie. Hell yeah. All right. Maybe if we got some downtime in between, I'll pop in, unless people from the stream beat me there. Unless people might be looking for some good old team duels, you do not have to be a DFC dueler to pop into team duels. These are just for fun, man. So that's the game name, Duel Here GMX. If you want to be a part of that, man, y'all, these guys trying to get something set up and going. And if we got time, we can pop in and check it out, possibly even between rounds if y'all are jamming. I'm doing pubs on ladder, but if anyone wants to duel me, then hit me up on Discord. Hell yeah, man. Nice chain there from Nim.
I am overburdened.
He gets in there, takes a little bit of a risk with that chain lock, and doesn't get punished for it. That's usually the thing. Nice spears there from Superdude. That's what he's got to look for right there. Got to land those fast spears. Give Nim no time to respond. So it's looking like, let me do some quick math here. It's looking as though, I'm going to assume Nim has 30% reduction from his boots. Trying to gauge how much damage his spears are doing. Not like it matters, just doing some quick math. So 30% more of, or no, it should be 1,200. Don't mind me while I think out loud. Times 6. Those are like 7k spears, I think. Assuming that Nim has the resistance boots. If it actually seems like in my math he doesn't have them, but I could be wrong. Could be that he doesn't have the boots and those are like 5.5k spears to maybe 6k, or he has the boots and they're 7k spears. Maddie and I are in game right now. If anyone want to do teams, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Gonna hop on team duels after I eat real quick. Fook yes, to. Yeah, we might have a good team setup tonight. We might have a good team showdown. He's probably 6k spears with a 10-10 jewel or something. Yeah, that could also be it. I think the new meta with a Necro, as someone who I define myself as the Necro main now, I think the new meta with a Necro is... Oh, FOH. He's going in for that FOH PK, and he gets it. Nimrod with a flawless victory. That was crazy. That was crazy. Let's see if these guys, sometimes they show off the gear at the end of the duel. It's always good to see, man. Get a peek at what these guys are jamming as Superdude goes out and grabs his body here. Very curious to see what he was rocking here. If it was, if he went with SS and DR, or if he went all out. Yeah, hard to tell what he's got. I think it's an SS. It looked like I thought I caught a view of SS there. But oh yeah, it is. Definitely SS. Okay, so... He's got SS, he's got the new belt, he's got the new Geed's Wager belt, of course, Enigma. He's not using the new helm. I think Hell Wardens is just the new best in slot. That's a beautiful belt there, though. Rep life on the boots, a little bit of light res. Oh, look at that helm. I guess if you're not going to use the new helm, that thing is beautiful. It's a 222 open socket, poison and bone skills, but still, he's got the new jewel in there. For plus magic damage, minus magic res. Beautiful Necro Ammy. He's got himself a Wisp projector. He was planning on that FOH, but we only saw it at the very end of the duel there. And damn, man, I gotta say that was a clean win right there for Nimrod as he busts out the Widowmaker. There it was. He did have the 30s. He had the 30% horizons there. I knew it. I knew it, man. That's some big damage that was coming in with those spears. Clutch call on the horizons. You gotta have them these days. Because I think the new meta for a Necro is to literally not give a fuck what your opponent is doing. And don't prepare for it. Just go absolute shit tons of magic damage. And do the absolute most possible reasonable magic damage you can do. Like, you don't want to give up all your light res against somebody who can FOH, right? But like, get 75 res and just shoot them, right? Like that's it. Don't T-Gods, fuck it. Like stack it up, use the new belt, use Iraq even, just keep that damage high and get up in there. I think that's really the new meta. I think that's how you got to roll, is just throw caution to the wind, get in there, make it happen. GG's to Nim as he gets in there, gets it done on a din. As he says, the dins get the wins. As Nim gets the grins. You know, look, it rhymes. Looks like Travix might be... Oh, yeah, he's doing some warlock duels on ladder. He's just doing some pubbing over here as he waits for Riz. Let's pop in and check out Smolps. Or actually, yeah, hold on. Let's check out LOL Rages first, then we'll go down to Smolps. We'll start with LOL Rages. In the LLD division, as he gets ready on his Sin here. Ooh, what is this? Wait a minute. Is he in an HLD game? Is LOL Rages in HLD? What am I seeing here? What am I seeing? LOL Rages versus Nim? Oh, shit. Oh, you know, look, LOL Rages, whatever you want to jam, bro. Do you have an HLD match, too, that I miss? No, up to you. If you're jamming, we can go down and check out Smolps. Oh, he's doing team duels. I get it. Never mind. Do your thing, bro. Do your thing. We can check out Smolps real quick if you want to get some team duels in. It's all making sense. Yep, no worries, dude. We'll check out Smolps. We'll be back in a bit. We'll be back in a bit, brother. Don't you worry at all. As we pop in on Smolps with his druid. Waiting ominously in Act 4 by a fire, but not by the fire. This guy. Waiting on his challenger tonight. Smolps is going up against Nimrod for the melee title. And that is why these guys are in Act 4. It's about to get real. Smolps trying to take back that melee title. KK making game, Smolps? Oh, hell yeah, hell yeah. All right. Nimrod's got a game up. Let's friggin' jam, man. This is crazy. This is going to be epic. As Nimrod waits by the fire, the reigning, defending melee champion of the Legacy Division.
9191 became a member. Krypton 9191 celebrates 34 months of membership.
Oh.
DFC, baby.
DFC! RH, my guy. What is this? Bro, big cheers. Thank you so much for the 34 months. Bro, that is so kind. So generous. A big cheers to this guy. Thank you so much, man. Come on, Nim, you got this. Oh, man, I don't know. It is definitely tough for those Dins. Here it is. This is the interesting thing here. Smolps has developed a bit of a reputation of taking down these Din players in Legacy. However, Nimrod is the OG Druid killer. So who will come out on top tonight and prevail in the DFC Melee Legacy Division? Let's find out. Here we go. This is Nim versus Puma, aka the Smolps. Holy shit, and Smolps gets there in round 1. That's gonna set the pace, set the tone of this duel. Now Nimrod is gonna have to be climbing out of the hole early, but luckily it is early. This is a 1st to 10 matchup. Win by 2. It is win by 2, 1st to 10. There's still a lot of rounds left. Big hits for Nimrod to start this one off. Oh my god, he's looking to flatline him here in this round. Looking to climb out of that hole, but Smolps trying to shut that one down. Oh my god, what a close one. Back and forth. Took forever there for Nimrod to connect in the latter part of that round, and that was a bit scary as Smolps was catching up. Staring into the fiery abyss. Kane questioning his sanity, yeah. Damn, son. Yeah, yeah. All right, and here we go. Round 3. It is now 1-1 between these epic champions. Big hits for Smolps to start this round off. Nim is in trouble early. Praying to those RNG gods, trying to come back online. Can't quite do it, though. Very, very close round. You might see, it looks like, is this Green Lungs up in here? Putting people down. Putting them to sleep after these rounds here. That is just a That is just to take that pre-buff off for the next round. Yeah, the Fight Network. Ah, word. There he is. It is now 2-1 in favor of Smolps, the challenger in the Legacy division of Melee. Big hits for Smolps early on, but down goes his Oak Sage. That could be a big problem as he just keeps swinging away and he gets there. Now 3-1 in favor of Smolps. This is nuts, man. All right, Nim's going into swap. He notices early he's gonna be in trouble, so he's going to the stash and he is gonna make some swaps. Now this is the only matchup right here where druids and paladins can use the coveted Fortitude or Phoenix, right? They can use Fort or Phoenix versus each other, but these classes are so dominant, so powerful that they are banned from using it versus any other class. But in this one right here, the true primal showdown between the Din and the Druid really comes to a head, and it makes this duel unpredictable. Big hits for Nim as he switches, makes his first swap. However, does it make a difference? It is very close, and there it is. Holy shit, close round there. And Nim does pull it out. I didn't actually pay attention to what he swapped to there. I was too busy running my trap, man. Too busy running my trap. I totally missed what he swapped to. Did anybody see it? Yeah, it's back and forth right now between Din and Druid. That seems, those guys, that's just seems to be the two classes that are passing the title back and forth, man. It's unpredictable. Yeah, and by the way, that's crazy. Glad push. Thanks for the bits, man. Yeah, it's, that one was close. Big hits, though, for the champion as he ties it up. Now 3-3 between these guys, and Puma says, wow, aka the Smolps. He says, wow. Gives his best llama wow in this duel. As the score gets tied up, it's like these guys are starting over now. Neck and neck. Nim draws first blood, but it's not a big hit. None of that crushing blow going off, unfortunately. Oh my god, and he loses the Oak Sage yet again, but Smolps pulls it out. Now 4-3 in the challenger's favor. Damn, son. What's Q looking like? We'll throw you in there, Track Amp. It's actually not bad right now. We've got LOL Rages next, and then it's Track Amp. We're gonna check in with Travix at some point, but yeah, it's just we're gonna hit up LOL Rages next, and then it's you, my dude. I can't wait to see that one. That's gonna be so epic. Big hits for Nim as he tries to tie it up here. It's now 4-3 in favor of the challenger, and this round could go either way. Holy shit! From the brink of defeat, Smolps pulls it out in that one. That was so close. Now 5-3 in favor of the challenger, as Smolps tries to solidify this reputation as the Din killer, the feller of the Dins. It's a percentage of your life that it boosts, so it's yeah, it boosts it up quite a bit. Holy shit, man! Now 6-3 in favor of the Puma, aka Smolps. Holy shit! Yeah, usually those buffs like Battle Orders and Oak Sage, those are all percentage base boosts to your life total. I don't think there's any flat life boosts in regular D2R or like regular Diablo 2 in general, besides like just flat life boosts from your items or whatnot. Skills, I think it's always a multiplier. Oh, huge hit for the Puma early on, and the champ is in trouble. 7-3 in favor of Smolps now, as it's looking like Smolps is pulling pretty dominantly ahead He is indeed the big bad wolf. We've got Nim going in for his second swap here. He swapped out to some AR charms there. That's what it was. I didn't notice that. He's going to swap back to the max damage charms. I actually like this. I think this is probably the way to go in this matchup. You just want to make sure that not only do you have the crushing blow to work that life total down early on, but that you have the damage when you connect in the later part of the round to actually finish. And God forbid when you get that big crushing blow early on and a big roll on the damage, it gets pretty vicious pretty quickly. Green Lungs and I are going to NVN soon? Oh, hell yeah, Superdude. Thank you so much. I'll throw you in there, man. I'll throw you right in there. Sorry if I missed that. Superdude v. Green Lungs. That was a very, very close round. NVN. That one could be quick, too. We might be able to pop into that and possibly get some multi duels going. I'm gonna take a note of that, especially if y'all are getting ready to throw down soon here. Still no reply from Riz. This guy, he's scared of you. He's scared of you, Travix. You freaking scared him. He might be a legend, but he's shitting his pants now. Oh my god, that literally could have gone either way. Smolps went for the finish. Literally, the champ was at 1 life there. Smolps morphed back to 1 on the druid and went for the finish. He was still swinging. You can't morph back in this matchup. However, you can still normal attack your opponent. And he literally just needed to connect at all. He would have done it. That was the closest we've seen to that happening. Actually, I take that back. I think somebody did that before in DFC history. A win from human form on Wolf. Yeah, scared of the level 86 smiter, right? He's shitting bricks. Got a game up and potted? All right, brother, we'll pop in after this. We don't want those pots to poof. I think that'll be a really quick duel. So just to recalibrate the queue here, we'll pop into Superdude Green Lungs next, then Lol Rages, then track in. Big hits as Nim tries to come back here, but damn, this damage from the Puma is insane. 5-9. And now, Nim's back is against the ropes. Can he pull it out? He is certainly in a lot of trouble, man, but if there ever was a guy that could do it, it is Nim. Let's see what happens here. Oh my god, and there it is! Just like that, Smolps reclaims the title. It's getting real up in here, boys, and new Legacy Melee Champion. That shit is insane, boys. Holy shit. Damn, man. What an epic showdown between these guys. And once again, Smolps reclaims the belt. That is one hell of an opponent to do it against, too. Nimrod, like I said, just has this reputation as a droid killer up in here, and it's wild. This setup certainly carried him to a victory against Green Lungs in recent history. It's so wild to see, man. And now, Smolps just coming in. I think it's that metamorphosis. That's what it is. Nim is pointing out that metamorphosis. That makes the big difference right there. That really does. I think that's something that we didn't see in on the setup of his previous Druid opponent. And Smolps coming in with metamorphosis, just doing some big things. Din Killer versus the Droid Killer. That's right, man. That was an epic duel, man. Holy shit. Yeah, the fortitude and metamorphosis just makes for some insane. And there it is. He ceremoniously passes back the DFC Melee Champ belt to Smolps here. And that is wild. The tradition started by this guy. And look at this. Our boy Nim has also started a tradition in the ROT dubs, man. He has got a belt for the winner of tonight's bout for that as well. As he goes back, win or lose, to stare in to the fire ominously, waiting for his next worthy opponent. GG's to Nim and Smolps. That shit was wild. And speaking of green lungs, we've got green lungs versus Superdude in some NVN showdown tonight. Sawdust, what is this, my guy? 33 months total. 24 at the tier 1. Bro, I can't tell you how much I appreciate that, man. That's so crazy. Much love. Let's tip one back to Sawdust for the 33 months, man. That's the lucky number right there. Big cheers, man. Thank you, dude. And here we go. Nice shot there. As Superdude gets in here, he's trying to make up for it. He went up against Nim tonight. He got beat. He got beat by them Dins, and he says, "All right, enough is enough." He's trying to get back in the winner's column here, but Green Lungs is also a savage. Probably Superdude is looking at this and he's like, what the hell? What am I doing? Dueling these melee duelers, stepping into the HLD division. He's probably like, what the hell is going on? Ooh, nice shots there from Superdude, and down goes Green Lungs. That was an epic duel, man. Very close. Literal one spear for Superdude there. He was literally one spear away. That's crazy. Because how come they don't have Eth Gores? This is a good question. So using Eth items that don't repair is BM. Yep, so mainly because it's not allowed. These are duels of honor in the melee division. Nice shot there early on. Superdude landing those spears. Now you see, in my experience, I always used to think these duels could be super quick, but let me tell you, if you really want to pride them out, you certainly can. So it is props to players like these guys who get in there, get those shots in, and fucking finish them up, right? They just get in there and get violent. Because I can't remember who, but there might have been someone in a pub game in recent history who claims to be the top Necro, who might have got, lost a few rounds to some other random Necro, and decided he wanted to pride it out a little bit for about an hour worth of the Necro v Necro duel. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, or that guy is a bad guy, and or is a bad strimmer, or, will never be the champion or anything, but it's one way to do it. The point is, these duels can actually go on for a while, and, it really comes down to how quickly and how efficiently are you hunting, you know what I mean? That's what it is. Hunting down your opponent, aiming those spears. Unless you get a real, oh my god, big hits there for Green Lungs. Unless you get some big ups on your opponent and you've got them locked. Oh my god, holy shit, nice shots there. That was incredible. Again, comes right down to one spear and Superdude gets there. Crazy, 2-0 so far. Yeah, unless you really have a nice lock and your opponent is not expecting it, it's rare. You rarely want to close the distance and go for that stomp. It's usually not worth it. And the reason being is because of up spears, right? If your opponent shoots a spear upwards at a 40-degree angle and you telly stomp them, you will get hit with that spear. You will get hit with it. So you better make sure, if you're gonna go in and you're gonna chain them and you're really gonna get aggressive there, you better make sure that they're not ready for it, that those pets are down, that they are just gonna get caught with their pants down. That's what you're hoping for. That's what you're trying to set up. But otherwise, what these guys are doing is exactly what you want to do. You kind of are tallying around, looking for an angle. And if someone gets hyper aggressive, you can just chain spear them. You can just do a little spear chain. Spear train even. Now here's the other thing you might be noticing in this duel right here. How come there's no bone spears? How come no teeth? Well, Necro v Necro is a gentleman's duel of accuracy. Spear only is the rules. And that is just to make it so that duels don't last several hours, right? Otherwise, they certainly can last that long. These instead turn into gentlemen's fast-paced duels of speed, accuracy, and violence. Nice shots there from Superdude. Anything posted about new Necro meta? No, not yet. I don't think I've updated my guides or anything. I'm really looking to put up some results in the DFC with my Necro and get some more experience. And then I might have... I also probably need to talk to Squigs and see what he's got, see what he's come up with as well, because I trust his opinion. I think he's a really good theory crafter and Necro player. But, you know, I might have to... Yeah, just might have to run some duels versus him. It's, you know, this is a game where good builds and the proper builds take some time. And there it is. Green Lungs is on the board. Now 2-1, still in favor of Superdude. But as you can see, this is a gentleman's shootout. Speed, accuracy, and violence. Right here. Green Lungs popping in, repairing up. It looks like Green Lungs might be wearing that new helm. He might be wearing that Hell Warden's helm. I actually really like this. This is going to make his hits hurt substantially more, you know, as opposed to your opponent who might be running a 222 open socket helm. Sure, they have another +1 to skills there, and that's a good thing, right? That's all well and good. However, -18 magic resistance and +1 to skills and 20 cast. You do lose the +1 to skills, but man, it's just, you can't beat the minus magic res there. That's really what the new meta is, I think. Especially whereas your opponents can stack up magic res with the new boots. So I guess when I talk about new Necro meta, that's kind of what I mean. Is like, it's just about minusing as much resistance as you can. As soon as I get a 20 cast -7 magic resistance, Geed's Wager, I am putting that on my Necro. That is the final piece that I'm missing. I've found a ton of Geed's Wagers, no perfects. But that is what we're waiting on, and then I think my Necro will be complete. I think the damage he does is going to be insane. It's going to be like -40 magic resistance. 3 of us in duel here, GMX. I'm just doing my stat and skill quests real quick, and I'm coming back for teams if we get a couple more. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. And if team duels get to popping off, dude, feel free if people want to pop into the team duels channels and share your screen, we can pop in and check them out too. Oh, team duels, yeah, Odin, yeah, it's huge, man. We try to do that. We try to at least have them open and ready to go every DFC anyway. And it looks like there's some interest tonight. Looks like there's at least a small handful of players ready to start up with some teams. I think it just got posted, Travis. It's, let's see, it's, yeah, Stu's message. Duel here /GMX. Yep, game name Duel here, GMX. And there it is. Superdude gets there again. Now 3-1.
Good day.
Good to see.
Holy shit. Oh, is it 2-2? I thought it was 3. I thought it was 3-1. I could be wrong here. Holy shit. I could have sworn Superdude got 3 kills up in there. I could have sworn. Oh, word. Okay, yep, my bad. I forgot who I'm watching over here. I forgot who I'm watching over here. Look. We've had too much gas tonight, apparently. Straight lemon juice. Usually gets us on point, but lemon juice on the brain. Yeah, and that goes for anybody, by the way. If you wanted to jump into some team duels, Duel here, game name Duel here, password GMX. By the way, what's up, Wicked One Ball? How's it going, man? No shit, yeah. Yeah, that's, those seem a bit heavier right there, Track Amp. Damn, son. All right. All right, and here it is as Superdude pulls ahead. Or, I'm sorry, as Green Lungs pulls ahead. We're watching Green Lungs. We're watching Green Lungs. That's right, we're watching the Hell Warden himself. Now 3-2 in favor of Green Lungs. This is wild. Big comeback for Green Lungs here early on. Early on, he was down, and holy shit. The Hell Wardens is paying off. I really love this new Hell, man. I really do think that's the new meta. Just been busy? Hey, man, 'tis the season, right? I would imagine this 'tis the season for you, my friend. Coming into spring like this, I can imagine it's a big one. Oh, those were some good shots from the outside from Green Lungs there. It's hard to tell if they connected, but those looked clean. Now, in this NVN matchup, these are going to be spear v spear duels. However, it is very important to keep your pets up, right? To have your Golem, to have your Oak Sage. And that's because there's a pretty good chance that those pets will block a spear for you. It doesn't always happen, but it can. It makes it so that if you go toe-to-toe and, you know, you land at close distance with your opponent and start exchanging spears, he who has the pets up will usually win that exchange. Incredible shots there from Green Lungs as he narrowly escapes a spear there. Ooh, beautiful shots from Green Lungs as he closes the distance, pushes the pressure, but he's got to be very careful. Is Superdude, I was going to say, is he even hostile? Some of those spears didn't look like they hit, but that one did. That was big. That was 1,400 damage, even with the boots on. It looks like Superdude might have swapped out. Oh no, he ain't on Hell Wardens. He's just on, he might have gone to White Wand or something. He's doing some big damage now, as opposed to his duel with Nimrod, where it didn't seem like he was doing as much. It seems like he's really stepped it up. His damage has increased quite a bit. It could just be the use of the White Wand, though, which is going to be +8 to a maximum of +8 to Bone Spear if you get the right base. And it looks like that's what he's gone with. It's really sent his spear damage through the roof. It's GMX. GMX. Like Good Mannered X. Holy shit, and a big comeback from Green Lungs. That was wild. The Hell Warden's helm gets there again.
Yes.
NVN should be restricted to Poison Knife only and lock the map to the Bloodmore house. LOL. Now that would be something. Now that would be something. I really need to sell the 44 life P&B I found earlier. That's a hell of a find right there, man. Holy shit. Yeah, let's see if these guys show off some of their gear here. Oh, we're going to get to see the difference. There it is. Big White Wand for Green Lungs. He was on the White Wand. He was on Hell Wardens. And look at this. He was on Spirit. Yeah, that Hell Wardens is beautiful. I wonder if he's on the new amulet too. There is a new amulet that has minus magic res, and I have been thinking about adding that to my build. I just haven't found one. I think it's super rare. Never seen it. And there it is, the sling ring as well, man. Yeah, that's where it's at. I got me one of those. I got me a -5. I might have to give me another one. That thing is, I'm telling you, dude, the minus magic res, it's so busted that they even added that. But it's just a killer. It's just a killer. It makes the Necro, I think it just puts him so high now. Look at this. Interesting. He's got a 320 helm. I actually really love that from Superdude. 320 helm with the new jewel in it and an Ohm rune. Interesting. He is wearing the entropy locket. Magic damage cast. That's what it is. It's added magic damage. He's using it. That is wild. I didn't expect that. Superdude has that amulet. And he has a very nice 20 cast Geed's Wager. Wow, dude. Holy shit. That is crazy. That's insane. Yeah, very cool setup. I love it. Both of these guys were throwing all of the defenses to the wind and basically just stacking up as much magic damage as they possibly could. And damn, son, that was insane. All right, boys, let's pop over to LOL Rages. LOL Rages in the LLD division. If he's not teaming. If he's teaming, we can go over to Track Amp. I don't want to interrupt. If y'all are having fun teaming, that's fine, man. We can jam it. But it looks as though, oh, look at this. Here it is. LOL Rages on the Zan. And tonight, LOL Rages going up against Nimrod in the LLD division. This one's going to be nuts, man. These are two titans right here. Nimrod, certainly the underdog here, but he could pull it out. He could get there. It's gonna take some patience. It's gonna take some violence as he comes in there with his charger. He might be trying to foot charge. Oh my God, huge hit. And down he goes. That's the dice game you play right there with those chargers. Gets in there with a big hit and down goes LOL Rages all in one. One hit and that is it. That was insane.
I can't.
Damn, son. All right, here we go. That's really cool, Misfit. That's awesome. Helping. Oh my God! Catches him again, and down goes LOL Rages with Nimrod getting two big hits in there both times. A big one shot for him. That is literally the dice game you have to play versus Zons. You just have to get in there and fucking make it hurt. You just gotta hope that you connect. You get through the dodge, the avoid, the evade. You get in there and you just clap them cheeks. That's it, man. That's all. That's what you're hoping for. That is the big thing. And Nim did it twice in a row so far, but he's gonna have to hope that he gets in and can do it again. Because usually what happens is you crack them, they don't die, and then you pay for it. Oh my God!
Thanks.
What is this? 3-0 so far for Nim. He says, bruh, yeah. I have never seen a charger connect so swiftly on Zons like this. The RNG gods might not have favored Nim in his melee match, but they are certainly making up for it in LLD. Level 30 duels, that's where it's at, man. 3-0 so far for Nim. LOL Rages is gonna have to make a big comeback here. He's gonna have to be quick on the swap, quick with those jabs. He's gonna have to be accurate. Punish with those jabs. That is the name of the game for LOL Rages here. He's gonna force Nim to get in there and roll those dice. Oh my God. Wow, dude. Oh yeah, Nim getting in there and trying to smite. That was smart. I was wondering if he would go for that. Holy shit, what a round. LOL Rages might be out of mana. Oh my God, what a round. That was an incredible comeback for LOL Rages. He got cracked early, and just like I said earlier, that is exactly how those duels usually go. You crack this on once, and you never hit him again, right? You can't get through the dodge, avoid, evade, the block, the defense, there's so much shit to get through on a Zon. But Nimrod, he got in there, landed some smites. I actually like that, as if you crack a Zon and they're down really, really low, I actually like the smite approach there. It helps if you have fanaticism to help you get those off quicker, but Nim also had FOH, and I liked his use of it there. It was very appropriate, very high level use of FOH. He FOH'd once, which forced Lol Rages to distance, right? Forced that bow out. Nim got in there, tried to get another charge. Unfortunately, he didn't connect, but damn, that was such a high level use of it. Nim, very, very underrated in this low-level dueling division here. He's taking cover behind this house here. Taking cover behind the house. He gets stuck on a puddle, and that could be the end of him. Those were big hits from Lol Rages. Oh my god, big hits. Big hits from Lol Rages. Nim rolls the dice, tries to get a big one-hitter quitter in there, but can't pull it off. Now, 3-2 in his favor as Lol Rages tries to make the most epic comeback in LLD of the evening. Next week I won't be withdrawing, so I'll do better. Oh, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Hey, look, I mean, sometimes it bees like that, Superdude. I love that setup, man. I love what you were doing with your, with the gear. Love the use of the new amulet. That shit was sick, man. Sometimes it just bees like that. Sometimes you just get caught. It happens, man. That's why, you know, Superdude climbing his way to the top of the ranks for a reason, right? This boy, y'all better watch out for him. And yeah, it is. That's also, I'm glad you said that too. It's actually also impressive that you've basically traded for / kind of self-obtained all of this gear that you have. And damn, man, you are the example right there that I absolutely love pointing to be like, look, man, you don't need perfect gear. You don't need everything perfect. You can make it work. You just got to build up that skill. Oh my god, he has procced the slow missile here, but damn, man, now he's having trouble getting in through the defenses of Lol Rages as Lol Rages ties up the score. It is now 3-3 from 3-0 to 3-3. This is a tight duel. This one right here is Nim is gonna have to get in there. He's gonna have to get dirty. He's gonna have to get violent. Can we get rid of my slow missile? Yeah, just leave and come back. Yep. Yep, that or it should be like a minute that it lasts. Nim trying to get in there with some big hits. Oh, he connects that time. No big one-hitter quitter. Dodging the javelins is the big thing in this duel. There it is. Big slow missiles again. Nice shots here from Nim. I like his angles. Great use of the FOH fake out, but there it is. Lol Rages comes back from 3-0 to 3-4. Makes a huge comeback. That was crazy. That was insane. Yeah, he says, yeah, dude, I was worried. That was nuts. It was just bam, first one, bam, second one, third one was pretty good too. Like that was nuts. Me and Skeletor ready to go. Darius, hey, thanks so much, man. Thanks for the heads up. We'll throw you in there. We've got Track Amp up next, but we might be able to. Maybe we can hit 2 at once, man. Darius D2R versus the Skeletor. That one's gonna be sick. Epic melee match. Track Amp is he's got himself a sick duel here tonight too. It's gonna be Drew v. Drew as we get to check out this LLD gear here. It's something that not a lot of people get to see in this game. It is certainly weird gear that sometimes you might see it and be like, wow, that's not even good. Some people would char see some of this stuff, but not realizing that some of it is just insane. That is just wild, man. Look at that. 130-22 open socket helm there for Nim on his charger. That thing is beautiful. And what is this?
Found a bird
Holy
doing
shit.
Trav today on single player. I never do Trav, but I was shard hunting. That's always how it works, innit? Cheers, beer mugs.
That's so crazy, man. Yeah, that's so crazy when you least expect it. By the way, legendary My guy, thank you so much for the 5 spot, man. That's awesome. And congrats on the bear. That's
you.
insane. Big
Thanks.
cheers to these guys. An epic level 30 showdown in LLD. Nim got robbed. He got robbed is what it was. All right, boys, let's kick over to Ted Stickles versus Track Amp in a oh, it looks like a NVD showdown is what these guys might be doing. Oh shit. Oh shit. These guys, it is time. It's time to unleash the violencia, as they say. And here we go, man. We are looking at Ted's perspective here. He is on the Necro as he goes up against Track Amp on his Fire Druid. This one's going to be insane. This is a match that I believe does favor the Necro. If and only if, I think this is one of those matchups where it probably favors the Necro regardless, but it's one that in the past I have gone up against Polytheist quite a bit in this matchup, and I do not at all over prepare for this. And I do pretty well versus Poly. And by over prepare, I mean this. You won't catch me wearing full DR, right? I wear 18 DR. I wear 85 fire res, no sword. 85 fire res, 18 DR, good enough. The rest of it is full magic damage. It is rip as much magic resist away from you as I possibly can. And if I'm in trouble, I'll just chuck the teeth and throw the spears from a distance, right? Rep to full, that's how it is. That RNG was, yeah, it was swingy as fuck, dude. That was crazy. I thought Nim was gonna steal that one, Lol Rages. I thought he was gonna steal it. I was like, this never happens for Chargers. Like, Nim rolled the dice and fucking, I was like, he's gonna win. I was like, rolled the dice and won. Like, that so rarely happens with a Charger. That matchup is actually really tough for Charger. Yeah, did you pray to Bolo Yung before your match his name? If not, there's your RNG. That's your RNG problem, man. That's the thing. Ted going in on this Necro here, and he has the distance advantage on Track Amp. You can see him getting in here, opportunistically stomping. I think that is smart. But there's a couple of things he's going to want to do. He's going to want to keep those pets up. He's going to want to keep that bone armor up. That's actually a very important skill in this matchup. Much like it is with the Wind Druid, right? The bone armor absorbs physical damage. It just basically negates a set amount of physical damage. And you might be thinking, well, that is not a big deal versus a Fire Druid, right? Well, a lot of the spells from the Fire Druid are actually hybrid damage. Armageddon, Volcano, Molten Boulder, all of those not only do fire damage, but they do physical damage too. As you can see, that bone armor just got wrecked from Ted right there. And that's something that he's certainly keeping up. He's certainly got to keep that up as he goes to rebow here. Track Amp saying, defend yourself at all time. I'm gonna press it. Yeah, that fucking bear still goes through bone armor too. Yeah. Yeah, Bear is crazy. I don't know what's going on with Bear, but you're right. It goes through bone armor. I noticed that the other day. I was dueling Polly, and his Bear, like, just accidentally hit me before a duel. I had full bone armor up and everything. Boom, just went right through it. It's crazy. Big puff 8 for you, Bruno. Yeah, it's even worse on H-Din. I actually don't mind. Honestly, if I was going Din versus Zon, I would actually go H-Din or Libby. Because what I do is I put a I put a spirit dimensional blade on my Din. I put maxers in the inventory, and I literally the dice roll that I play is, do I kill you before I run out of mana? That's my dice roll. Like, so I just go all the cast, as much mana as I can get, big damage. I'll charge them down. Definitely cannot be frozen. You need cannot be frozen. But like, hold down charge. If they start trying to jab you and shit, you just hold down charge them down. It's still big damage. So then they're like, oh shit, what do I do? They can't switch to bow because they're gonna take a charge, and if they jab, you can just sit there and hammer, right? So like if they stand in place and start jabbing, you just throw hams, which forces them to move, and then you're just in this weird dance where you're like cutting them off with hams and charging them. If you run out of mana though, that's it, they win. 3 more people for team duels. Hell yeah, Travis. Thanks for the update, man. Don't be afraid to let them know the game name too. What is it? Duel here, password GMX. Hell yeah, man. I was playing track amp yesterday, and that goddamn bear, every time my golem was down, he'd TP near me, and boom, yeah, just connect. And just like that, man, down goes Kane, aka the track amp. Ted Stickles gets there on the Necro for this matchup here in round 1. Now, it looks like you might notice that Ted, he certainly doesn't have the Hell Warden's helm on. Not rocking the Hell Wardens, but he is rocking SS. Now, that's important. Not only does it, I don't think he was really focused on block here, but you can block some of these attacks. You can block a Molten Boulder. You can block, can you block Armageddon? There's some things randomly on this build that you can block. I don't think that is anything that Ted is worried about here. What he is worried about, what he's focused on, is getting his DR up there. And he's probably trying to overstack his DR. Why? Because all of these droids, now these fire droid players, track amp over here, this guy running the new Sunder with minus physical resistance. And he probably also has the minus physical resistance jewel. So you gotta overstack by 18% on your DR if you still want to have 50 DR versus a character that's doing physical damage. Which is why I say, in my opinion, it's just not worth it. How about we just don't do it at all? And how about instead, I focus on doing absolute KO fuck you damage with my spears. That's how I roll on this on a Necro, all right? We go balls to the walls here. But Ted is playing a little bit more safe. He's playing it a little bit more safe. You can block Eden, but you don't want to. Yeah, yep. Don't ever want to be in a spot where you can. Also, just so you know, we might be able to start up the Darius versus Skeletor after this round as well. Just get that one going, peek into a couple rounds, in between rounds, between these two Titans. What are they doing with Claw Viper Temple, right? Yeah, that was something me and Polly were doing last night. Yeah, I mean, they could. But I really don't see anything wrong with Bloodmore Duel. I honestly, I think Bloodmore Duel is okay. It just speeds the duel up a bit if you choose to go into the Valley of Snakes. That's what me and Polly were doing last night. We were doing this matchup, Necro v Fire Druid in Valley of Snakes, and they were just a lot faster duels. They weren't really any different. Like I still won most of them, I think, but like they were just faster, and it was just like constant. We both weren't used to the area, so like we're just trying to adapt to it. But yeah, it makes the duel faster because all of these moments where the Necro increases the distance or the Druid goes to reset and then they're going off looking for each other, all of those moments are cut out. You kind of always know. And then what we did last night too is the only thing that sucks about dueling in the Valley of Snakes is if you need to rebow or grab mana. So what we did was we actually put mana outside the arena. So if you needed mana, you would leave the arena to go get it, and then you could rebow and re-enter the arena. It actually made... I love that duel. If I would have known these guys were going to go Necro versus Fire Druid, I would have done that. We could have said duel in the Valley of Snakes, but I think this was swapped. I think this was supposed to be Wind Druid versus Fire Druid. But these guys swapped it up. Yeah, I did like that though. I think that it just made the duel faster. It took out all of the lull moments. Like, you know, if you're dueling the Bloodmoor, you have to like kind of be a little bit coy if you need mana, and you gotta act like you don't, also that you can sprint up and grab it, you know, before your opponent drops a fucking Kano up there or something. But all of that stupid shit was just taken out of the duel, and it was like you always know where your opponent is. You always know where they are. You always have a number of angles to approach from. You can't really spam a lot as a Necro. But it's also kind of hard to spam as a Druid, because if you fuck up and you blow your wad, you throw down the Kano and the Fisher, and you've got nothing to back you up besides that Molten Boulder, well, you're in trouble. Like, now all I got to do is avoid this Armageddon as I chase you. Toe when? That's what I want to know, man. That's what I want to know. Toshank versus the Baloney Pony is happening tonight. That one, I hope we get to see it. I think Toshank was probably surprised by the existence of a new class and a new... I think he might have been caught a little bit, caught off guard. I think he'll probably be okay. I think it could be a good duel. Baloney Pony has been refining and honing his skills on that. And I think it's going to be one of those duels where Baloney Pony knows Toshank's style, and he might try to capitalize on it, might try to make Toshank step out of his comfort zone, teleport in, and get hyper aggressive and get punished. But I think if Toshank keeps his distance and like just does some sick CT casting and shit, Baloney Pony's in trouble. It all depends who can pull off their game plan. I hope so too, Nim. We've got some legends up in here, man. Yeah, there is some legends I'm hoping we get to see tonight, man. It's still early. It's still early. I feel like we've seen so many duels, and we're not even 2 hours into DFC yet. This is crazy. What should I put on my Tomb Reaver to use on a Warlock? I wouldn't even suggest using it, but if you're using it to Magic Find, might as well just throw Istrunes in there. I think Tomb Reaver is overrated. And here's why. You should just be going 125 casts, and the new way to Magic Find is to hunt Heralds in the entire game, right? So just go do the Souls trick, get 9,000 Magic Find, and then use 125 casts. Like, if you're really trying to Magic Find, and you're on a Warlock, go after the Heralds and do the Magic Find Easter egg, and give yourself like 9,000 plus Magic Find. Then your gear just doesn't matter with it. What in the piss is this 3K life? What in the piss? Yeah, he gave up. That's the thing. That's the thing, GoGators. I don't like it either. He boosted his defenses to add in DR with Storm Shield, but you give up life doing that. And the reason he's going Storm Shield is to make up for his opponent's minus physical res that he has on his Jewels and on his Sunder. But I think the real, in my experience, and I've had a lot of duels versus Polytheist, man. In my experience, the answer is just fuck DR. Make sure you got enough fire res, because everything he launches does fire damage. But like, get your fire res to 85, fuck the DR, and just max your damage out. Make it so that if he like compromises his damage at all, he's fucked. Like, you know, he's got to go full bore the whole time, because you will be. Yeah, like right now, it looks like Ted has landed probably 4 or 5 spears, and the problem is Track Amp is still standing. And now he's seeing that because Track Amp is figuring him out. Track Amp is a savage. He's figuring him out. How do you even do it with the ugly bind demon? Yeah, you just kill your bind demon. I know that's like a foreign language to some people. Like, what? Kill my bind demon? Yeah, unsummon it. Just kill it. Just go to Traving Call and get another one. Right? Easy. Easy. Don't put too much stock in your bind demon. It's getting nerfed. B, it's just trap. Like, it's all you need is amp. People overthink it so much. All you need is amp. So you just go get one of the Traving Call members that casts amp from afar and does it like AoE style. Good enough. That's all you need. People put way too much stock in their bind demon. Nice lock there from Ted, but Track Amp is doing a great job here of keeping his distance, not getting hit, and setting these nasty traps for Ted. This is actually a very, very tough match for Track Amp, and he has really whittled Ted down here. Oh man, nice stomps there. Nice follow-up through, nice follow-through with Ted with those chains. That is scary, man, and this is why Ted is an absolute savage too. This guy has refined, has honed those PvP skills, and this guy might be making a run for the title. This guy coming back from a bit of a hiatus, and I think he's got title plans, if you know what I mean. I think that was a lucky block with the Molten Boulder right there. That, or it was just perfect timing on the stomp. It's hard to tell sometimes, but you can get perfect timing on the stomp where, like, the Molten Boulder, your opponent throws it, and it's just above where it needs to be to hit you. And it essentially wastes a big cast for them with a cooldown and everything. Oh, there you go. Conviction Curse to Fasto for, yeah, that's a pretty good one. Yep. Well, that'll change anyway, dude. All of that shit's getting nerfed. Bind Demon is going to be basically shit when the new patch comes out. But unfortunately, so will Sunder Charms. So unfortunately, the grinding aspect that keeps people playing Diablo 2, or kept me playing Diablo 2, I was like, wow, I love that Sunder Charms are so rare. They're so valuable. Holy shit, man! A huge comeback for Ted, aka the Ted Stickles in game. This guy, absolutely nuts. Let's get this melee match going. If these guys are ready to throw down, Skeletor versus Darius. Let's pop over real quick in between these rounds. It looks like another Druid v Din showdown, man. This is insane. It is a back and forth battle in the melee division between Dins and Droids. Who will win? Let's see. We are checking this out from Darius D2R's perspective here. He is on Fortitude, and so is his opponent. 1-0 so far for the Megatron, aka Skeletor. This guy showing just how good, just how nasty these droids are. That was a quick finish in that round. We got teams going 3-3. Oh shit, dude. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to pop in. I hope somebody's streaming that, man. We might have some time after this. We might have some time after this round. Check out some team duels. Oh shit, man. Big hits there from Skeletor. This guy. I am very curious to see what these guys bring to the table, because in DFC ROT Dubs Melee, there is none of the new items are banned, right? Like, none of them are banned. It appears as though that Darius isn't using any of them. It certainly is a risk to use them, because they usually come at the cost of like a, you know, for example, a Sunder Charm. It will give you some added damage, but comes at the cost of 10 DR, which is kind of hard to stack back up in Melee. There it is, a savage, near flawless victory for Darius as he gets on the board. That's crazy. Not in the DFC, they ain't. Not in the DFC, they ain't. You can technically use them in the DFC. There's no rules against them yet. Yet. That ain't how we roll. If it's broke, show me. Show how broke it is. Although there is a rumor out there that Nim has showed me some math that suggests with the new jewels and charms that the meta could just be like COA and fucking the most boring gear ever. It's... Who knows? We'll see. We'll see if that's the case. We'll see. Going versus Bologoney and a few mins. Holy shit! Speak of the devil, he's here! Toshank the man versus Bologoney Pony. Hell yeah, man. Can't wait to see it. Welcome in. Good to see you, Toshank. He says, oh, geez. Okay, then. All right. Yep. Coach Jason, as he goes for the title here, he's like, all right. All right. Now that I know this, let me check this. Let me check what I got for some sunders, for some jewels here. Ronai, what's up, man? Good to see you. Good to see you, bro. Oh shit, we gotta give this guy some VIP status. This guy is a legend. And what is this? Holy shit, he's coming in.
Stream with 82 viewers.
He is coming in hot. What up, Ronai? Welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for the raid, brother. You guys have tuned in to episode 204 of the DFC. We've been running for over 200 weeks straight. DFC Unlimited. It's been probably 5 years or something. So 204 weeks doesn't actually really account for all of it. It's crazy. But welcome in. Hey, thank you so much for the raid, man. Welcome in. If you guys have never heard of me, my name's Coooley. We do a lot of Diablo shit around here. You know what I mean? You might be used to that if you're on Ronai's stream. Damn, some fighting in here. Hell yeah, man. We are watching a melee match right now. We're also bouncing back and forth between an epic HLD or high-level dueling match. Melee is just this. Toe-to-toe combat as these guys swing away and let their builds do the talking. 5-2 right now in favor of Lazarus, a.k.a. the Darius D2R. Every week, every Thursday, we get a bunch of the boys together and we have ourselves some duels, man. Some of the best players in the world, and also we have everybody from the best players in the world to those just looking to have fun. We even got some team duels going off on the side right now. We might try to peek in, get a look at those in a bit as well. There's a lot of Diablo-based violence going on right now. We are witnessing it firsthand, front row seat, and there it is. Now we've got Skeletor coming back 5-3. Let's peek in real quick to let's peek back into Ted Stickles versus Kane, aka the Track Amp. This is a Fire Druid versus Necro matchup, and this one happening in the Bloodmoor. And I believe Ted is up 2-0 so far, and by the looks of this round, both of these guys are at about half life. Oh, big hits from Track Amp. Track Amp is on a Fire Druid, which is, it's a very interesting build. It's a bit of hybrid damage. Physical and fire is what it does. But he is going to be doing a lot of chip damage over time. His whole game plan is maintaining medium distance and doing chip damage to his opponent with skills like Fissure, Volcano, Armageddon, Molten Boulder. All while Ted is here on the Necro, and he's trying to do big things with bone spells, right? His biggest hitter is going to be the Bone Spear. That's going to pierce through the pets of Track Amp. That's going to get straight to that life total, but the thing is, you got to hit, right? He also has the added benefit of Teeth, which that can chew his opponent up as he comes in. If he's daring to dance a little too close, that can wear down his life total little by little. But he's looking for those big KO hits with the bone spells. I've noticed a couple of names I've leveled to 99. Dude, I bet. That's crazy. It does not surprise me that people reach out to the Ronai and they're like, hey, look, get me to 99 real quick. Last I knew, there's a pretty good payout for that too. I saw all that forum gold you had, bro. Now I know how you got it. Just leveling people to 99 all the time. That's how to do it. That's the real way. That's the real end game right there, man. Cheers to that. That's cool. Actually doing my first stream tomorrow that's not D2R only. Are you popping into D4? Are you going to try that out? What else are you playing? I'm curious. Or what else is on the agenda? Yeah, that's true. That's true. 80% is money instead. Makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, it's big. It's kind of a pain getting to 99, man. There's, just like in the days of LOD, there's people that don't really want to do it. They'll gladly pay for the service. Workout gym on the stream? No way. Bro, that's awesome. That's friggin' awesome. Congrats on that, man. That's a healthy thing to do. We gotta stay looking good, looking, you know, you never will be able to obtain this level of absolute peak masculinity, Ron. However, it's good to stay working out, you know, stay in shape. Vaping shots. I know. It's a lot of people, they dream of looking like this pinnacle of male masculinity and health. But, you know, no, I'm pumped for you, man. That actually sounds fun. Might have to pop in and check it out. That's really cool. Yeah, we doing it in both places, Dreamology. We ain't messing around. Will and I are ready to Din v Din. No way, that one's gonna be sick, man. All right, Crypto v Will, Din v Din. That one's gonna be wild. All right, let's pop back over to the melee match here real quick. We're gonna get two going on because we've got a lot of people in the queue. I'm gonna pop back over to Skeletor's point of view as these guys were holding off, getting ready to throw down. Look at this wolf. He is trying to prove to the entire melee community that wolves have got what it takes, but I don't know, man. Darius on this Din is looking real clean. What is this? What is that comeback right there for Skeletor? Holy shit. It is now 7-5 between these guys. Yeah, gonna be a challenge, and I got a couple people to sign up, so we're going to support each other. Dude, that's friggin' awesome, man. That is sick. Yeah, I think it's really important, especially as us degenerate players, right? As we degen our lives away with D2, it's important to do something to stay in shape, man, you know? It's important. If you don't take care of your body, it'll catch up with you, that's for sure. Holy shit, big comeback there from Lazarus, aka the Darius D2R. Now 8-5 in his favor. Looking like versus this legendary player, Skeletor. Well, both of these guys are absolute legends, right? But this is crazy. In ROT Dubs Melee, in this division, it appears as though, at least from this matchup, it is still pretty close between Druid and Din. But we are breaking new ground here. We are seeing how this works, and this is back and forth. So far, Darius D2R pulling ahead here, but another huge comeback. What is this? Look at that, 10,000 life total right there. That is crazy. Haven't moved a muscle in 6 months. 7-hour work, 7-hour stream per day. The last half of the year, rip, yeah. Yep, gotta jam it. Gotta do something, you know. These PvPers are like $500-600 for a level 99 is nothing compared to the value of their gear. Yeah, true. Yep, very true, man. Yeah, that's awesome. Put us in the queue, me and Nice One. All right, hell yeah, man. Nice One versus Himpapa Weed. Himpapa Weed, the Nice One. All right, here we go. We have got quite the stacked queue up here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pop back. We're going to check out Ted Stickles versus the Track Amp, see how this one's going. Looks like they are back in town here. Hard to tell how that one went. I'm going to go back to Skeletor in the Melee division. Oh my god. Wow, he was literal 100 life in that. This is an incredible comeback here so far. Like, he is climbing back up. Now 9-7, but still Darius D2R is 1 win away from securing this title, or from securing this melee match. In this non-title bout, melee matches often go first to 10, no win by 2. In a title match, it's win by 2. But here, it's just first to 10, and there it is. Darius takes it and gets there, getting one up against these Wolfie players here. And damn, son, let's have a look-see at what these guys get. Oh, they're going to redo it? Oh, shit, something happened there. They're going to have to redo. All right. No worries. Something happened. Something happened as they went in. No worries. We'll pop over to Ted before this final round here. Ted coming in on this Necro. He might be 3-0 right now, I would guess. Yeah, oh, yep, he's 3-0. Thank you for the update, Track Amp. That is crazy. He has an incredible lead in this, I think, Necro favored matchup right here. It is definitely a little harder for the Fire Druid. You know, it sort of flips the scales a little bit. In traditional NVD, like Wind Druid versus Necromancer, the Wind Druid has the advantage. But this kind of flips the script a bit, where it turns the tide in favor of the Bone Necro. Ever so slightly. Oh, big hits early on for Ted. Oh my god. He gets caught by the Armageddon, but finishes up just like that. Keeps the pressure up. And damn, son, that looked clean. That looked clean. Let's bounce back over to this melee match here real quick. These guys might be in the final leg of it. Yeah, it was very, very different too, Dreaminology. It was like, it was different in the way that 5 Pets was okay. Things were different back then, you know? Things were very different. All right, and here we go. Very close round there again. And now, Skeletor advances to 9-8. First to 10, no win by 2. Skeletor needs 2 wins. And Darius just needs 1, but this is really too close to tell. This is too tight to call right here. This is crazy. I cannot believe this comeback. All right, Darius, the Paladin here, needs 1 win. His opponent needs 2, and there it is. Darius gets there, securing a win for the Dins. That was wild. At the end of each melee match, we get to check out the gear. So we're going to get a peek at what these guys are rocking. And speaking of that gear that Ron I mentioned, some of this stuff that you might see here could be worth hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars from these guys. It's pretty wild. Look at this. ROT Dubs gear. This seems to be a new combo that people are using. The new gloves and new boots. The new set boots, Horizon's gloves, Horizon's boots. That seems to be something people are rocking here. With the big money item here, I think, not just in the inventory with these max AR lifers, but it's probably just going to come down to the weapon. And here we go. Look at that one. Megatron, aka Skeletor's weapon. That was an incredible Etten axe there. Cruel Fool IAS E-Rep. That is amazing. Also, big money in that ring right there, too. Dual stats life AR. That is top tier melee ring. Those things right there are super, especially over 40 life on that roll. That means you got a base roll of life and the natural crafted roll of life added together. So you get over 40. That's crazy. Really cool gear there. The base is usually the most expensive part of a metamorphosis, but still it kind of pales in comparison. Look at that, 3 2020s. Now those things are expensive. Look at this legendary Stone Blow mallet right here. Cruel Masters IAS E-Rep, 1 socket, a little bit of cold check damage there. Incredible gear. A perfect upped Guillaume's face. That was a 349 perfect up. Yeah, that mallet is insane. That is nuts. Imagine finding that on a Trav run or something, right? Holy shit, that would be wild. 4015 Jewel in the Storm Shield Monarch. It's gonna be wild. Yeah, that Etna is insane. That mallet is insane. This was a back and forth, man. The charm inventory is where these duelers are made. Let me tell you, that's what it comes down to. Holy shit! All right, boys, we have got Toshank versus Baloney Pony up next, and just to give you a heads up on the queue, Toshank, Baloney Pony, Crypto versus Will, and Himpapa Weed versus Nice One. That's what it's looking like. We're about to jet over to Toshank versus Baloney Pony. This shit's gonna get wild here, boys. Let's get ready. It is underway, and these guys are getting violent. This is the first time Toshank has dueled against a Firelock, and both of these guys are very low. Toshank is very low. Toshank is very low, and oh my god, look at this. Look at this. Baloney Pony was trying to capitalize on the aggression of Toshank there, and it seems as though he's been doing a great job of it. Notice he's not going and looking for him. His Toshank's traps are out there. He ain't going and looking for it. Oh my god, and down goes Toshank. Baloney Pony got him. Holy shit. I'm not sure what the score is, but damn, son. It's at least 1-0 in favor of Baloney Pony. He says, good duel, I get it now. Yeah, Toshank is literally learning how to duel this. He has no idea what this Firelock is right away. He says the big circle thing is what damage does. Yeah, and the thing that Toshank might not know about the big circle thing, about the, it's called Apocalypse, and that skill has inherent minus fire res to it. So that, if you get caught in the middle of that and you haven't overstacked your fire res, it's gonna fucking hurt. It's usually about 20 or 30 minus res on it, along with whatever, you know, I don't know that for a fact, but along with whatever your opponent is stacked up on their build for minus fire res. Yeah. The wave doesn't do much, just avoid that big circle shit. That's it. That's basically it. Toshank needs to be very careful of doing this, of advancing with too much aggression, right? That's what he's gonna be very careful of, because that's gonna get him caught with some fire spells, just residual hits. I don't think he wins those exchanges with Fire Blast. I think Ring of Fire wins them. I think potentially the Flame Wave will win them if he gets too froggy with it. But now Toshank is figuring out the distance here. He's figuring out that distance. Uh-oh. Toshank gets out just in time there. Still keeping up that aggression. Holy shit. I think what Toshank is trying to do... Oh, he got clocked with that one, though. I think what Toshank is trying to do is he's trying to keep up... His whole point of keeping up the aggression here is because he doesn't want to get hit with Invisa Apocalypse, right? He doesn't want these Apocalypse to get cast while he's off-screen so that they go invisible, and then he gets randomly clocked by something he can't see. So that could be why he was trying to keep up that pressure. Now, Toshank is looking a bit better here in the first part of this duel. Hasn't really been clocked clean by one of those Apocalypses, it doesn't look like. I thought he did. I thought perhaps he got hit with one there. Minus 40 on mod build for the Apocalypse? Okay, thank you. Okay, that's a level 53 skill. All right, so no shit. So that can go up till... That can go quite high. I sit as 97 on non-ladder, need to cap it and turn it into a Spider Sin. LOD Ghost is my favorite for duels. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. I think right now it's really good to have a Sin. I think they're pretty epic. They're a really good build. They're certainly easy to learn, very difficult to master. That's for sure. Toshank wisely gets out of the circle, right? Getting up out of the circle. He's got to be very careful. Yeah, he says, I get it now. That big circle is what does the damage. As Baloney Pony gets in there, throwing that flame wave too is certainly something that I'm sure Toshank does not want to catch a direct hit from. Oh yeah, it looks like Toshank caught some hits there though. He might be a little bit lower now. He might have actually caught some hits. I think one of those flame waves hit him. Baloney Pony is playing on a controller here. That is basically going to limit the distance at which he can escape Toshank. Certainly going to make him susceptible to those chain locks. Yeah, Toshank is in trouble. He's actually pretty low. Oh my god, what a close round, man. Toshank was in trouble at the last part of that. And now it's 1-1. He is literally adapting on the fly, learning things about this matchup and trying to figure it out as he goes. Wow, that was insane. That was so close. I thought Baloney Pony was actually going to pull that out. I thought he was... You see, as we mentioned at the top of the card, right? There's... Baloney Pony knows how Jess plays. Toshank, aka Jess, is an incredibly aggressive player. He keeps those chain locks up. He's very hard to escape from, right? But Baloney Pony is luring, he's using that aggression to lure him into these apocalypse traps, right? And just piece him up with these big hits. Also, those tainteds, those things, they kind of hurt. If they get through the claw block, those will hurt. So if Toshank just keeps up with the chains in constant aggression, not utilizing the distance that he has, he's going to get pieced up by all these fire skills, let alone Ring of Fire, that it doesn't look like Baloney Pony has used a lot of when Jess kind of gets hyper aggressive, but that's also something that can kind of be a wrench in the system of that aggro and certainly make it so that Toshank doesn't win the exchanges when he does those chains. I think Toshank's best strategy is to try to utilize that distance, utilize those nasty CT casts that he is so good at, and lay those traps down so far out of range of Baloney Pony that literally... He says, good duel. Lol's changed my setup. Uh-oh, wait, what? Oh, no shit. He got hit by... He got basically... Oh my god, he got one-shotted by the circle. Yeah, holy shit. Alright, yeah, 2-2 now. It's 2-2 between these guys. Yeah, Toshank has to overstack his fire res. He has to overstack by, I would guess, somewhere around 50. That's the thing. He's got to overstack that fire res, and I'm not sure if he knows that about the skill yet. Apocalypse will still hurt, but it's sort of like Blizzard. You know, if you have enough resist, it'll hurt still, but it's way better than getting hit with subpar fire res. Yeah, I remember that run. I actually got in for a guess on that. I didn't win, but I think that was a really cool thing to win 30 bears. That was sick. That was a good competition. Yeah, and you could see the hits from the Ring of Fire there, too. That really wasn't horrible. That is something that's going to make Jess, I think, second guess that aggro. And I think really... learning the timing of Apocalypse, too, is another big thing, right? It's something that you only learn, like, just the more you play it, right? The more you see it. There's that Ring of Fire. The Ring of Fire clapback. Holy shit, what a duel. 2-2 here so far between Toshank and Baloney Pony. This is wild. I can't even believe it's this close between these guys. That speaks volumes for Baloney Pony. Now, granted, that being the case, Toshank certainly doesn't quite understand this build yet, and that is something that is working. Something that is working in the favor of Baloney Pony here. He might have connected with that. He might have connected with Apocalypse there. Ooh, nice hits there from Toshank. And a nice setup with those traps. That's the game he has to play, I think. So far, he's looking okay on his life total. At least on first glance here. At least at an occasional glance. It looks as though he's been hit with possibly some rings of fire, but nothing too devastating. Possibly some hits from the Tainteds as well. Toshank might have got hit with the Apocalypse there. That is some incredible aggression from Jess, though. He's appropriately keeping up the aggression. And look at this. Baloney Pony's battle orders has run out, and Jess has given him absolutely no time to like recast it. He's really capitalizing on it. Dancing around the Apocalypse. Holy shit. Hard telling how much that Mind Blast is paying off, too. Some Ring of Fire hits from Baloney Pony. As he loses his pets, too. That's not good. When he loses those pets, you see, he casts Blood Oath, and that redirects some of that Mind Blast damage to his pets. But when he loses those pets, all of that's going straight to him. Everything from the Fire Blast, every single piece of Jess's damage now just goes straight to that life total, and there it is. Very nicely done from Toshank. Now 3-2 between these guys. That is the big trick that he's noticing, is it's staying out of the way of the big Apocalypse. That's what it is. Holy shit, what a duel so far. Yeah, Toe has some ring rust, Darius says. Yeah, I could see that. Well, he might also just not... He's not familiar with this build for sure. He is not familiar with the Firelock. He even said, and I quote in the Discord, "What the fuck is a Firelock?" Right? Yeah, no, he's probably never dueled this. And Baloney Pony is the type of guy that he has really focused on this build. Has really tried to make it all of what it is to play in PvP, the fairest Warlock build that there is in PvP, right? And he's taken it to that next level. He's thought about the items. He's theory crafted how to build this appropriately, and here we are, you know. So this is really coming down to a masterclass of Baloney Pony really knowing and understanding the Firelock, and Jess seeing if he can figure it out. That's what it's come down to. And that will be what determines this duel here. Even in that second round there, when Jess got hit by that Apocalypse once, he kind of scooped up his cards there for a bit, but I don't know if he should have, because really the rep life that he has might be able to outdo any of these other hits that Baloney Pony can get off. And unless he gets hit with an Apocalypse, which could get weapon blocked, I believe they can weapon block that, then unless he gets hit with one of those, he's probably fine. Did I see those before? See what now? Oh, god damn it. Got him. Got him. God damn it. Oh my god. This fucking guy. Who the fuck is this Ron Eye? Who let him in here? This spooky guy. Big damage here from Toshank. And now look at this. Baloney Pony's trying to limit the angles from which Toshank can approach. And he's trying to catch him in these big Apocalypse hits. Toshank going to rebow, I think, reset up these traps. He's really learning to he's quickly picked up on the fact that he's got to utilize that distance, right? Got to utilize the distance of those traps, and the biggest thing is the Apocalypse. He's got to get out of the way of that. But I say that but it looks as though Toshank might have got hit by something other than Apocalypse. I think he might have got hit with some of those flame waves, with certainly some of those rings of fire, and now he's trying to push that. He's trying to push that pressure, but he is in trouble. And now look at this though, Baloney Pony very low. He's looking to land one more big hit with this Apocalypse on Jess, because he knows he can get there. Jess might not understand also the interaction between, oh, and there it is, man. Jess gets there, holy shit. Between the Blood Oath and the pets, because he's going in for that Mind Blast, which theoretically could get you there, but it's going to get significantly reduced by just the pets existing. You know, very good duels. That was insane. Toshank figured it out on the fly. Mad props to Baloney Pony. That was actually very well done. 4-2. That was actually incredible. Oh yeah, Toshank, he says show gear, he's just linking it in the, he goes, welfare sin. Yeah, you could check it out in the chat there too. I think he was like, I think he was showing it off, but yeah, look at that, man. That is crazy. Baloney Pony, 2020 Wisp there as well. That's a cool one to have versus a Lightning Sin. And using that Sunder Charm, man. That's crazy. I don't think Toshank was using any of the new Sunders. Possibly not even the new Jewels. We'll have to see. But, yeah, that's nuts. Kinda crazy, man. What a wild setup. Big fire damage boost. That's what he was going for. Instead of the minus fire res, which is easier to stack up from. Yeah, look at this. Jess went full trapper, man. He says welfare sin, but I don't know. Those trap claws are pretty sick. A 2015 Griffins as well. That's looking pretty clean. That's probably better than most people's sins there. He is missing a bit of rep life on the Ami, which is probably why he says it's welfare. But yeah, he could also stack up rep life on the boots for this matchup, because I think if he stacks up enough rep life, the only thing he's worried about is Apocalypse. And Baloney Pony was really good at hitting with that. Yeah, and he went in with the Vex rune in the helm. I love that. Yeah, he goes, sold my GG one. And look at that. Baloney Pony actually had an interesting helm. He had a Life of Everlasting helm, so that Mind Blast wasn't going to do much at all if he had pets up, if anything. He says, GG's gotta fly, my man. That was epic. That was epic. What a duel, man. What a back and forth between these guys. That was so savage. Very cool to see as he comes in. Was that low Wisp? That might have been a little high on the, yeah, low, so that's 85 in Wisp. That might be a little high. Might be a little high on the resistance, but you know, hey, it's, yeah, it's 80-20 or 85-15. If you have a 15 Wisp, you can pull it off, but yeah, you could go like 85 with a 15 Wisp, which is, it's a weird Wisp to have, but otherwise 80-20. But still, it worked out. I knew it's fine, because I knew that this match was going to come down to landing Apocalypse or not. So I think it was honestly Warlock disadvantage, which is why I say I'm very impressed. Like this was so crazy. Yeah, rough matchup. But that was nuts. He gets 2 wins against Toshank in dominant fashion, almost, and all of his other rounds were very, very close. That was crazy. What an epic match. Big cheers to Baloney Pony. That was a match. And Toshank, I mean, he figured it out, but wow. That was impressive. All right, boys, let's get up in there. We've got Crypto versus Will, and then Himpapa Weed versus Nice One. All right, let's check it out. Crypto v Will in some Din v Din showdown. Man, this is going to be nuts. I can't wait to see it. Din v Din, but certainly not a typical Din. This guy, Krypton Ninja, on the Vindicator Inquisitor, a build that he has created that's basically half VT, half Oridon, and damn, is it crazy. Let's see if this Din can get the win and get it in. Coach Jason and Donger and Q. Hell yeah, I got you, man. Donger versus Coach Jason for the ROT Dubs title. That one's going to be wild, man. DD versus AF50 for the title. Hell yeah, we'll get that in there, man. AF50 versus DD for the title. My 99 Firelock is waiting on ladder. Hell yeah, Havito. That's sick, man. Yeah, I can't wait till they get this class a little more balanced. Well, I say that, but they didn't do shit for the most busted skills in PvP. They're still busted to Kingdom Come. They're still, I mean, maybe they'll be good, and maybe people will realize how busted they are in PVM now that the Echoing Strike Lock is gone. I don't know what the future of this build is, but it's, regardless, it's cool to have someone like you playing a fair lock, man. I think Firelocks do have something. You know, I think there is potential. Their range is very limited. That's the thing. Range is very limited. You have to get tricky with them. You gotta figure some stuff out. All right, and here it is, man. Look at this. So this is Will on the Sin. Okay, Din v Sin, not Din v Din. This is Will on the Sin versus Crypto on the Din. And Will knows what's up here. You notice that he's not getting in, and he's not trying to whirlwind. That is very smart, because if you close the distance on an Auradin, you're just gonna get cooked by those auras, man. It is gonna hurt. And it's never worth trying to get that whirlwind in there. Trying it, whether it's open wounds, whether it's physical damage, it's just not worth it. You're gonna get cooked by the conviction and the fire pulse. There's so much stuff, and then also like a charge from Crypto that actually does some pretty serious damage. Crypto has a lot of tools up his sleeve here with this Din. I'm curious to see which one he's gonna bring in to this problematic situation, though, because as it stands right now, he is losing the distance game to Will, and Will, he realizes what he's up against, which I think is really the biggest thing versus most of Crypto's opponents. They don't really understand the type of Din that they're going up against, right? They have a kind of soft understanding of it, but they don't really realize how devastating it is at close range. So that is why Will is really trying to just focus in, dial in on utilizing his range here. Yeah, Toshank's always saying he's welfare. Yeah. Well, I mean, probably to some of the other builds that he's had prior, it probably is. And by the way, thanks, Ron. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, Toshank wasn't streaming it. So we couldn't see his POV. Just got to go with what we've got, man. And honestly, I think, yeah, either one is cool to see. It's cool to see it from a Locke's perspective, because it's such a new character, and we have, you know, amazing players like Baloney Pony who are not only just perfecting the mechanics of using the build, but also the breakdown and the shakedown of the actual items to use, the best in slot setups. Even using that Life of Everlasting helm there, you're really now seeing that build start to step into, you know, people like Baloney using real PvP gear and actually doing it some justice. It's crazy. I call hacks, he was potting. Every week I'm learning the build. Dude, that looked clean, man. That was so close. Actually, a really good performance there. Holy shit, and Krypton Ninja gets in there with a big charge. I told you, when he closes the distance on you like that, man, it can hurt. Will was piecing him up from afar like that, but Crypto worked his way in. You notice he was also trying to utilize that FOH to get Will to move a little bit. Unlike all the other Din matchups, if you're on a Sin, I think you can't go chasing Crypto down. This Vindicator Inquisitor build here, you can't go chasing it down. I think that this is one of those builds where the Sin just has to, they have to play like the most annoying Sin player that they can possibly play like, right? And that's how they get it, right? Really utilize that distance, especially whereas, you know, Crypto's going to be doing a lot of charging. It's the perfect time to just sneakily set those traps randomly in the moor and fucking walk away, right? Set them, walk away. See if he'll run right into them. It's wild, but that might be a strat. That might be a strat that he has to do. He certainly doesn't want to engage at close range. Against a hammered in, even sometimes against a smiter, what you can do is you can kind of close the distance a little bit, kind of fake him out. You don't really want to be doing any of that. You don't really want to fuck around with these auras, man. They tick. They hurt. An evolved Din, yeah. That is for sure, man. I absolutely love Crypto's Din here. I love that he takes it so seriously. He really commits to it. That's the only way that you really figure out these off-meta builds, and you really see what they're capable of. And the key difference between Crypto on this Din and many other players that try these wild off-the-wall Dins is Crypto truly believes in this Din. That makes a huge difference. I can't even tell you. You know, from personal experience, makes a big difference if you believe that your build has what it takes to get the job done against any class, right? That it might be tough against some matchups, but you've got what it takes, right? You can do it. He truly believes. It's just a matter of him figuring out the puzzle, right? And that's how he looks at every match. This guy is the Yuri Prohaska of Diablo PvP. Uh-oh. Holy shit. And so far, not a lot of big trap damage been laid down by Will. He has connected a bit, but it's not like big KO damage for him so far. Like at this point, Crypto has kind of avoided a lot of it. Or it's just got really low rolls on the traps. See, traps are really weird. I think they should be different than this, but they have incredibly low minimum damage. So they literally can roll one. Like single digits damage. Or it could be like 16k. 10 to 12k, you know, most reasonably, but yeah, crazy. And there it is, 2-0 now in favor of Morpheus, aka the Krypton Ninja. I'm gonna make a firelock, LOL. Oh, dude, I'm telling you, dude, yeah, just seeing that. Sorry, Toshank. Yeah, that thing was insane. It's once you realize how to, I think if you made one, you would realize the weaknesses of it. Because in some of those rounds we picked up, we were like, Toshank doesn't know that Apocalypse is minusing fire res from him, so he's getting fucking wiped out when he goes for these swaps. Like, it's definitely a rough matchup for the Firelock, but the Firelock also has some interesting matchups that I think could be pretty fun, and it really all depends on how you play it. You know, your playstyle might be very different than Baloney Pony's. Certainly it will be if Baloney is a controller player. You know, he gets those auto locks, but also he has refined his style for a set teleport distance, for, you know, balancing his skills, rotating his skills, even in his days of the Fire Druid. This guy knows the benefits and the drawbacks of a controller, and he is dialed in on it. That's a lot different than getting chain locks and going for it, right? Like Ring of Fire could be pretty insane, I think, if done right. Yeah, it could be wild. Oh man, another big hit for Crypto, but that time he takes some big trap damage for his troubles. Also, we might be able to get a couple going at once here. Let me see. We've got 2 title bouts. I hate to mix those up with anything, at least at the start anyway. We've got Himpapa versus Nice One. And that is going to be either going to be Barb or Drew versus Sin. Okay, interesting. Q is looking all right. This is how it's looking right now. We've got Himpapa Weed versus Nice One next. We've got Donger versus Coach Jason for the title next. And then we've got AF50 versus DD, also for the title in low-level dueling. The Donger versus Coach Jason is for the first ever Reign of the Warlock Melee Division title belt holder. It's going to be epic, man. Yeah, I know, man. It's weird. Weird not to hear back from Riz. I'm sure he's like, I'm sure something came up. He's usually pretty good about it. You might be able to get it in with him like either this weekend or something too. Like sometimes it bees like that. We all have lives and shit happens. Ain't no thing. Nice charge there from Crypto. Taking him away with that aura, and now Crypto's in trouble. Really trying to punish him with that conviction, keeping that conviction up. I wonder how much resistance Will has stacked up, if he can even overstack for these auras coming in. I mean, he's got, oh, boom, and look, just like that, man, gets him with the aura. Holy shit, that is wild. So with that conviction, it's like dual purpose, man. It's so hard to stack against because he's got the FOH damage, which granted, I don't think he actually puts a lot of points into FOH, but it adds up if you rip like 150 resistance away with conviction, right? That shit adds up. You know, so there's that, and then there's also the fire damage from the auras that he's doing and from the charges. You know, so it's so wild, the elemental damage that's coming at you with conviction just exacerbating it. But I think if anything, Will probably wants to overstack the fire damage here, right? Like that's obviously something that his opponent is really going to commit to. Might even, I was going to say, he might even put a Sunder on, you know, to really punish him even more, but it looks like he's not going to do that. Sunders with auras. Oh, he does have it. I was going to say added fire damage with a Sunder charm on top of the auras is actually so god tier. Like that ups the damage so much. Yeah, so that is interesting. That means that his fire resistance is probably very low. Which could open up a window for Will to get in with some Fire Blast, but it is a little risky because he would have to close the distance, right? So Fire Blast could actually do some big damage. We haven't seen a lot of it yet, and it is a risky thing to try. Need another one for 3v3 in duel here? Password GMX. Hell yeah, man. I'm glad the teams are still going, man. I hope I get to see this. Big hits there for Crypto as he gets in. Lands some smites now, too. Oh, look at that. I think, did we see? Oh, no, we're seeing some shockwebs here from Will. Coooley streaming and my pizza just came? Hell yeah. Life is good. Hell yeah, man. That's sick. Glad to hear that, Shoulders of Giants. Check the message on Discord. All right, got you, bro. Holy shit. And speaking of which, right? Speaking of which, y'all gotta see this. Yep, you gotta see this. Speaking of which, just take a little peek at what Havito is doing here. That's the night of Havito, let me tell you. That also looks like a pretty sick night. Can get behind it right as Krypton Ninja gets in there. He says, good duels, as he cinches it up. Holy shit, what a build, man. This has what it takes to take down those pesky sins. Holy shit, man. This build is insane. And he's showing it off a little bit here. He does. He is rocking that Sunder and everything. That's so crazy. Gotta say, I love it. Love the setup. There it is. Yeah, it's a 220, 2 open socket helm there with the new jewel. Sunder, he's not only ripping that resistance away, but he's boosting up that fire damage. That makes those auras do so much, man. I have got to say, of all the Auradin PvP variants that I've ever seen, this Vindicator Inquisitor is by far my favorite. I think it is the most effective. I think it is the fucking coolest. And I really can't wait to see what this can do. I love this build. I love this setup, man. What a showdown. That is so crazy. Wow, incredible setup here for Will as well. He went full trapper with this. Certainly took off the Whirl Girl approach. It's very smart to do that. You know, you don't want to be caught at close range versus this build. That is so nuts. What a build. And yeah, check this gear out, man. This is something where if you want to play a different Paladin build in PvP, something that you can get fired up about that might do real decent in this meta, this is pretty insane. That is wild. Yeah, good duels, man. Holy shit. All right, next up, boys, we've got Himpapa Weed versus Nice One. Then we've got Donger versus Coach Jason. And then AF50 versus DD. Let's check this out, man. Himpapa versus Nice One as he welcomes him to the DFC. Nice One versus Himpapa. We're popping into Nice One's point of view here. He is on the Assassin. Little pixelated right here. Let's check out Himpapa. See how this looks. Give that time to clear up, you know? Oh, that's looking clean. Look at that Barbarian over here with these stats. Look, that Barbarian with these stats. 30 cast is a little risky here. That could be a little risky for Himpapa Weed, but we'll see. We're going to see how he pulls this off here. All right, here we go. Oh, okay. Desiree, a.k.a. Nice One, on a hybrid Sin, and he just got some big damage in with that Whirlwind. Proving that he can go toe-to-toe with a Barbarian with Whirlwind damage. That is scary for Himpapa Weed. Nice One going in here and showing, oh my god, with the Whirlwind PK as well. That is a statement early on, but a very close duel. Nice One was at 1 life for that duel. As he gets in there, no fucks given, gets in and actually finishes with the Whirlwind versus a Whirlwind Barb. That is scary. He's on a hybrid Sin here. Yeah, a lot of Sins tonight. I actually like it, man. I like the fact that the Sins are back. I think that Sins are a really good class. I think they're very underrated now. I think Necros are back. I think the meta is shifting a bit. Really, the meta in previous history was really the Fire Druid. That was the number one. Fire Druid and the Zon. Because they would rarely get pitted against each other unless absolutely necessary, right? Like there's no other duel, equal ranks, right? It's very rare that they get matched against each other. But regardless, they're just really divisive duelers in the sense that they either win a matchup or they lose it horribly. And the ones that they win, it's really hard to take it from them. And I think that meta is shifting a bit now towards Sin and Necro. I think Sins with the new items certainly have some new tricks up their sleeve. They certainly have big damage that they can get on their traps with the new ring, the new Opal Vein ring, the new Sunder charms. There's so many ways that the Sin players can up their trap damage. And if they go with physical damage here, like look at that. That was a big hit from a Blade Sentinel right there. From Nice One. He's setting up these Blade Sentinels, and he has effectively cut down Himpapa Weed's life total by about half here with just Blade Sentinels. And now, Nice One going in, trying to get engaged in these Whirlwind battles. Now that he knows he has the advantage, this is where he wants to engage, and isn't afraid to get down and dirty. Whirlwind v. Whirlwind. Himpapa Weed is in trouble. And there it is, man. The Whirlwind PK inside the 5 stack of traps. That is a scary Sin right there for Nice One. Donger has become Super Saiyan lately, but Coach Jason is just another level. Dude, I can't wait. This is actually going to be a sick duel. I can't wait for that melee bout, dude. The first ever Reign of the Warlock title for DFC. Nimrod has got a special belt in the works for us here, or ready for the Reign of the Warlock champion, newly crowned, to keep that tradition going. I think that's really cool. It will be a belt, much like in the other divisions, that gets passed back and forth between the current title holder, and man, it is cool. It is a 100% perfect upped string named DFC Melee Champion. God, it's good. God, it's good, man. Might have a photo of it from the Discord we might be able to bring up. This is chintzy? What do you mean? This is actually an insane duel. Oh man, big hits there. Now Desiree, aka the nice one, is in trouble. That is usually how these whirlwind battles are supposed to go. In this particular matchup, the Barbarian wants to get in there and turn it into a dirty whirlwind battle where he doesn't face a lot of other horse shit, right? The Sin, the hybrid Sin, wants to whittle her opponent down with traps, with blade sentinels, right? Usually, before she gets in there and actually tries to trade whirlwinds. But she's not afraid to do that. She just needs to reduce the life total a little bit first with her other attacks. Keep that distance, you know? It's now 2-1 in favor of Nice One, aka the Sin player. Yeah, well, that's the thing too, is it's on the Barb to kind of break that, right? Like, so you don't have to go in and fight in the traps, and that's kind of what a lot of people make the mistake of thinking, is you don't have to go into the traps, right? Like, you can stay on the outside, you can leap around. As the Great Punch once said, it was a very, very good Barb player. If you're patient enough, they'll come to you, right? No matter what they're doing, if you're patient enough, they'll come to you. You don't always need to go looking for them, especially when you know that they set shit up like that, right? Like they have big 5 stacks of traps. Just wait. It's okay. Don't need to go jumping into it. Oh man, big hits there though for Nice One. Andy cut him open. This is bad news. Holy shit! What a duel, man. That was wild. It's now 3-2. It's now 3-2. I cannot believe Impapa Weed got that. In DFC, draws are not draws. They count as a win for both players unless that would end the duel, in which case it is a draw. 2 softcore non-ladder D clones coming up in 7 minutes from the Last Dynasty Discord. Thanks for the heads up, Sub-Zero. Yeah, so if you guys are around on non-ladder softcore, make sure you have a hell game up, because in 5 minutes now, TLD, the Last Dynasty Discord, is going to pop some D clones. Get in there, knock one of those out, they're going to pop it again. So be ready, man. The Last Dynasty, these guys are notorious for doing this at 9 p.m. on Thursdays. They ain't never stopped. They've been doing it a long time, and man, they're still going in ROT dubs. I assume it's ROT dubs, right? Yeah, there's low-level dueling at level 30. I am. There's melee duels. But in HLD, Enigma is king. People just don't make the choice to have shit builds and duel with them. They duel with the best shit, right? So, I know sometimes it's like having Force of Will in Magic the Gathering, right? It would be like, do blue decks ever play without Force of Will? Fuck no, they don't. It would be stupid. Why the fuck would they do that? Why would they ever do that? You know what I mean? Yeah, like, but in HLD, in this format, Enigma is king. Like, you're gonna see it a lot in this format. But Melee, they never use Enigma. LLD, level 30, you can't use Enigma. Or real 2-mana counterspells, exactly, right? Yeah. Oh, man. Nice patience there. Nice patience. Holy shit. It almost paid off. It almost paid off for him, Papaweed. But there it is. I believe that is 4-2 right there in favor of Nice One. Holy shit. Holy shit, man. Will says, so demoralizing. Yeah, right? Damn, son. Damn, that din is wild, huh? That din is nuts. I think as Sin players, we gotta go all out versus those dins. We gotta fucking sunder their resistance away. We gotta punish them, man. That is a tough din that Crypto's got. It is wild. But yeah. Well, yeah, 4-2 or 4-3, something like that. Yeah, it was close. Are these guys gonna show off the gear? If so, we can take a peek at it. Oh no, looks like we kind of get it. No worries though, we have got the epic title bout in ROT dubs between Coach Jason and the donger. This donger right here, my guy, just coming in with the sub and everything. Holy shit, bro. Thank you so much for the 6 months. He goes, let's hope this gives me good luck. Will it give him good luck? We're going to find out as we kick off the first ever ROT dubs Melee title bout. Let's see how it goes, man. We'll give the intro after this first round as these guys are ready to throw down, it looks like. He goes, take it easy on me, coach. Take it easy on me. Go easy, please. How will it go? First round here. Looks like Coach Jason is getting beat up by Donger, and down he goes. Holy shit, this one's gonna be nuts. Serenity v. Bologoney also in the queue. Hell yeah, man. First round going to this donger. It looks like that sub definitely gave him the luck, and now now just call it a bias, but now I'm hoping donger wins, because then he's gonna gift that sub every match to keep that luck going. Oh man, and Coach Jason coming in. Holy shit, evening up the score. This is a title bout, so it is 1st to 10, win by 2. So, if this goes 10-9, we're keeping it going, bros. Hey, what's up, Live Free? No fort in this matchup? I'm not sure if they agreed to that or not, but I'm not sure. That's a good question. I wonder if fortitude is even useful. It probably is, but you gotta figure, in this, if you can have a Sunder Charm, if you can have, the new Jewel or whatnot, wouldn't you just rather have Shaft Stop, in most cases? Who knows? Or some sort of armor with, instead of IAS ED Jewels, like Bear Runes in it or something, right? Something to counteract that shit. It could be interesting here. We're gonna see. But so far, it is now Coach Jason that is up 3-1 in this epic showdown in ROT dubs. The Wolfie coming out on top. So far, it's still early. We need one more for teams. Get up in here. All right, let them know the game name and pass too, Crypto. Let them know, man. I think that team game has been going pretty strong tonight, dude. Holy shit, man. Now Donger getting in there. 3-2 now. This is back and forth, man. It's full. Holy shit. What's your P.O. box? I want to send you some weed, bro. Rianu Keeves. This guy. Big cheers, man. Hell yeah. We got some epic title bouts going on right now, Crypto, but we will check it out. Holy shit, back and forth, and now pulling ahead again here is Coach Jason taking the win. It's now 4-2 in his favor. So far, the dominance goes to the Druid. This is what he was hoping for. He says from very early on, Coach Jason says, give me that title, give me a shot at that belt, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna take it. And so far, he's living up to it here. This is the big opportunity He's now 5-2 versus Donger, and Donger is going for his first swap, it looks like. Wait until that halfway point to make some critical changes. And whereas he didn't get his body, you can deduce that all of those changes came in the form of charms. So he very likely pulled what Nimrod did in his title bout this evening. And that is, he very likely swapped out to AR charms, you know, trying to connect more. And that time it worked. Now 5-3, still in favor of Coach Jason. I'm taking bets. I say we get one going. Hold up. Let's start this up here. Start a prediction. Who will be the champ? Coach Jason or Donger? And we'll get this going for a couple of minutes. Feel free to use your channel points over there on Twitch. Now Donger pulling ahead. Just in time. Just in time. Druid Gang. Oh, shit. Yeah, there it is. We got a prediction up on Twitch. You can wager some channel points if you have them. Sorry, EU players. I know that they don't always let you. They don't always let you gamble even channel points. Holy, big bet on the Donger. Down goes Donger. It's now 6-4 in favor of Coach Jason. Yeah, who's in there clearing? Cheers for that. It looks like Nim. I think Nim is up in there smiting and clearing, and Nim might have a special prize for the winner, too. Damn, son. All right, and there it is. Now, Coach Jason advancing to 7-4 in this first ever Reign of the Warlock Melee title bout. And here we go. Donger's he's gonna hope for a big comeback. He lost his Oak Sage, took the time to recast it, but was it enough? Donger, Landon, oh my god, what was that comeback? What the hell was that comeback, dude? From literal nothing. From literal almost full, down goes Donger, and now it is 8-4 in favor of Coach Jason. Coach Jason on a whole nother level. That is definitely correct. All right, and here we go, boys. Damn, son, and Donger advances now. 8-5. He's got a long ways to go. If he can get 5 straight, he can actually take it without going into overtime. But right now, all Donger cares about is just getting at least 4 wins. Right? That's what he wants. At least 4 wins. Bring it to 9. Right? 1 win at a time. Totally possible to get 4 in a row. 1 win at a time. Big hits for Donger to start things off. Some return fire from Coach Jason. Now Donger's in trouble, and down goes Donger. It's now 9-5 in favor of Coach Jason. Donger's going to need 4 straight. He's going to need 4 back-to-back to tie this up. Big hits for both players. Close round here. Oh my god, man. And there it is. With a close duel. Very close round. Donger goes down. He is felled by the Coach Jason to take the first ever Reign of the Warlock Melee title belt.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Damn, son. That was sick. That was sick, man. That was an intense duel. As we get to see the items that these guys are bringing to the table, it doesn't look like anyone came in with the new Sunder or possibly the new jewels. We'll see here. We had a Breath of the Dying from Donger. He had an Arcane's Valor, Zotted perfect up G-Face, near perfect Steel Rens. Very nice rolls there. And just incredible gear here. What was that weapon? What was? Oh yeah, it was EBOTD. That's what it was. And yeah, then we've got, look at this, a 5 Fury helm with Vizzo. Damn, son, near perfect steel rends again. Storm shield with 30 ED, 18 min. And this is just, look at this, no new items used at all in ROT dubs for these guys. But look at that legendary mallet from the new crowned ROT dub melee champion. That is wild. I think he had some space in his inventory here. I doubt that was... I think he might have just gone to his stash or something, but he had some space in his inventory. That shit was wild. He's on a whole nother level, man. That shit was crazy. He says, I was terrified. And now here it is. Nimrod coming in. He might have a special gift. Yeah, there it is. He already gave it to him. That's why he cleared space for this. There it is. The DFC Melee Champ. Perfect. 100% perfect upped string of ears. Courtesy of Nimrod to start off the ROT Dubs Championship. This is something that the current champ will hold on to in the ROTD or ROT Dubs Melee Division. And there it is, the first ever recipient. Courtesy of Nimrod. Big cheers to this guy. Big congrats to Coach Jason. That boy did it, man. He said he was going to do it. And that boy, he done did it. And next up, boys, we have got ourselves another epic showdown for the title. This is the low-level dueling division, AF50 versus DD. Another epic title bout of the century. Let's kick this one off. In this corner, we've got the reigning, defending, most dominant LLD champion of all time, DD, aka Icy Dicey. He is on the Necro tonight, AF50 on the Barbarian. As he gets in here, AF50 is going to be trying to close the distance and just deliver some vicious whirlwinds. And DD is going to be trying to increase that distance and launch these Bone Spirits, dealing damage over time. Oh, big hits for AF50, and down goes the champion in round one. 1-0 in favor of AF50. That's huge. Yeah, that was almost a Wraith crack back there. Yeah, one socket away. Yeah, boy, embracing party. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I like that there is a literal belt. Me too. That is all courtesy of Nimrod. That is a tradition that Nimrod started right there, and I am so pumped to see that like continue to go on like this. It's so cool to see. It is so cool to see. It's really a man. It's something that really brings the community together in a whole nother way. You know, it's just great to see. Big cheers to Nim for starting that up. There's multiple divisions: LLD. Melee ROT dubs. This is a great use of running and walking here from the champion. That is something you have to make on the fly, a call that you have to make on the fly. An incredible name grab there as well. Oh my god, an AF50 gets there again. Now 2-0. DD might have got a little too ambitious in that last one right there. Might have thought that he could have won that exchange, but AF50 certainly had something to say about that. Let's pop over to AF50 here on his Barbarian. Damn, man, this is wild. Hey, man, I think it's all of what we do, right? We're all in this together, Nim. We all make this community what it is, and I think that is just an unquantifiable thing that you've done for that, man. I think it's just so cool. It's so selfless and so big in its own way, you know, like it's just insane. Anytime. Good luck, man. I hope you get a good one. By the way, what's up, Mallard? Yeah, use the Fight of the Night prizes to buy it. Best investment made in a long while. Bro, that's sick. That is sick. Yeah, I think I saw your post in the Discord there. I was like, wow, that's nuts. And look at this. Look at this. We're looking at this from AF50's standpoint now as he tries to navigate around and close the distance on DD, the champion.
Impossible.
He's up 2-0 so far. The champ's going to try to make him swing and miss as he runs into these bone spirits. Now, DD also has a dirty trick up his sleeve. He's tried to do it a couple of times, but AF50 hasn't allowed him to. And it's that bone prison, right? It's utilizing that bone prison. If he can time that properly with a name lock and just time that bone prison right as AF50 comes down on him, it's going to be real bad for AF50. Holy shit. He rolls the dice there again, and that time gets there. But wow, that was almost a huge comeback for AF50 at the end of that round. It's now 2-1 in favor of the challenger, the barbarian, AF50. He falls. He has felled that round right there. But we have seen the power that this barb has. And now we've realized that as he gets low, DD has a bit of a propensity to try to get in there and finish the duel, right? Let the barb come in and swing away. And in my experience, that's a risky move. It's a very risky move because of all classes that can really bust through that max block quickly and actually fell their opponents, the barb is just that class. DD. Icy Dicey trying to keep the distance here. He clutch bone prison right there. And AF50 ends up eating all those bone spirits. AF50 now also utilizing his whirlwind through the bone prisons, which is something that you can definitely do. If you get bone prisoned, even if you run out of tele charges, you can leap or whirlwind over or whirlwind through those bone prisons. Oh, he caught him with that staff out that time. That was insane. Nice hits here so far from the champion. DD trying to even up the score in this round. Ooh, man, nice timing on that bone prison again. Oh my god, he does have that propensity to roll those dice, man, and it's paid off for him a couple of times. Now 2-2 as DD, Icy Dicey, evens up the score in this LLD match. Title bout right here. Haven't heard from Muchez. No shit. All right, what are you on? You're on a barbarian? Yeah, I got you, bro.
Good evening.
Yeah, I think Max might be out tonight too. So we might have to look, me and you might have to make it up, man. We might have to throw it in there, Havito, and get it done. Yeah, so you're on the barb. All right, what do you want me on? I got a Din, I've got a Necro. I've got, I don't think I have a Zon converted fully yet. We can make it happen, man. Oh, big hits early on from the champion. Oh, shit, I didn't, Squigs.
Impossible.
RV neck, I'm down for that, man. I'm down for that. I think that's a fun duel. I don't go block. I don't use any block really, but I go mad fucking magic damage, man. Put those boots on. You're gonna need them. You're gonna need them. Ooh, big hits for AF50 here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Absolutely incredible footwork here from the champion. And you can see that him swapping back and forth between walk and run. Now that I I gotta say, that is something that you really only see that used so eloquently in low-level dueling. But you run, of course, when your opponent is too close and you need to increase the distance, but otherwise you're walking so that you ensure that your block is always the best that it can be, right? Because if you're in running animation, your block goes down quite substantially by 50%. Oh, nice catch there from AF50. Now 3-2 in favor of the challenger. Holy shit, it is getting rough for the champion. Can AF50 fell the most long-time reigning defending LLD champ? This is certainly the closest that anyone has ever been. We're gonna see if he can do it. On this barbarian. Holy shit, man. It is 3-2. But I'll tell you, I have been 3-0 ahead. I have had a 3-0 lead on Icy before, and this guy, let me tell you, he can go into God mode in that last sliver of life. Uh-oh, big hit with an IBS here. He's gonna try to keep the distance. Icy piecing him up with these bone spirits. Nice leap there from AF50. You can leap over bone spirits as well. Ooh, nice teleport from AF50. He cut him off there, was careful not to chase, and he cut him right off. He almost cleaned him out too. DD was running right in the wrong direction. Uh-oh, caught him with the staff out there. That was a big hit for AF50. Oh my god, what a round. Holy shit, that was close. Threes now. It literally comes down to this. I cannot believe that. I thought, once again, DD was getting a little too brave at the end of that round, but it paid off for him again. Holy shit. I think that, if I had to guess how AF50 could catch him if he's behind, that's going to be it. I think DD might get a little froggy trying to finish up that duel, yes. And it could come down to that, and he could catch him if he's in with those quick, short, perfect length whirlwinds that AF50 is doing. Man, it could get nasty for DD very quickly. The Icy Dicey himself. Does this mean Nim is back in the fights? Yo, what up? Caveman, Ken, the man, the myth. What up, man? Yeah, so Nim is always back. This guy is a threat in every division. Uh-oh. That was such a clutch teleport for Icy Dicey. Gets right out of the way of danger. He's now landing some big IBS from distance. Oh, man. AF50 cleans house there with a nice telly stomp. This is level 30 duels. Quite a bit different than HLD. No enigmas. These guys are teleporting with telly staffs. That's what's going on here. Ooh, man. Icy Dicey really utilizing that range, trying to get AF50 frustrated a bit, catching him at distance, running into these bone spirits. But AF50, he's catching him now. Oh, man, nice, perfectly timed bone prison there. And here it is, Icy Dicey's gonna roll the dice, and that time he gets it. Comes back for the win. From behind, from an actually epic back and forth between these guys, Icy Dicey once again defends his title and remains the most dominant, supreme LLD king. This guy is insane. Who is gonna stop this guy? AF50 almost did it tonight. That was very close. AF50 just coming in with a 4-3 or a 3-4 performance versus the champion. Very, very close. He's literally one win away. Oh, and look at that. AF50 utilizing the armor there. He's using that new Bane's Authority armor or Bane's armor to give himself some magic resist. That is something that we haven't seen a lot of in LLD there, and I'm very impressed to see it there. You do sacrifice quite a bit of life doing that, and I've wondered if it's actually worth it to wear it. But AF50 made it look clean, made it look good. And that was insane. Very nicely done. Holy shit, man. This is insane. What a setup. And this is what we get in ROT dubs with these new items, these new strategies, these new approaches here. We see people utilizing this, implementing different strategies. That was a very, very close, very good duel. And you see this gear here from Icy Dicey too. His Necro gear is just absolutely insane. Those are all matching 1512s in the inventory. It's just crazy. You also notice that AF50 was wearing Bane's Authority belt as well. That actually gives him a set bonus of 80% enhanced damage. So it's an interesting trade-off. It's an interesting trade-off there to sacrifice the armor. You lose quite a bit of life, but I think your damage actually comes out pretty close when you put a jewel in there. It's pretty wild. We saw it tonight. It barely slows that barb down at all. You could barely tell. And he gets in there with an additional 30 magic res, and that just looked insane. Great duel, man. And now we've got Serenity versus Baloney Pony. Then we've got Havito v. Coooley. And in between here, we might be able to pop into some team duels. If anybody's streaming those, man. Oh, yeah, it looks like they are, too. That's crazy. Let's pop in, man. Baloney Pony on the Firelock. Going up against Serenity. Does Serenity have what it takes? Can he take down this savage Firelock player? How will he do it? Will it be a tough bout? I think it will be. I think it's going to be tough no matter how you slice it. But if there ever was a Din that could do it, it is certainly Serenity. Let's pop into his point of view here. This is Serenity, one of the scariest Din players of all time. Certainly one of the most skilled, one of the most decorated in the DFC. As he goes, he switches out his gear here. Looks like he's potentially got himself a Sunder charm there. I saw one of those charms that was a different color, different graphic, which is interesting. It doesn't quite look like a Sunder. Yeah, okay, I was gonna say, no, it's just faster hit recovery, but that is interesting. He has himself he's got the new belt on. He's certainly using some new gear here, but will it be enough? Did he think to overstack his fire res versus this absolutely savage fire character player here? This is a very not so well understood build, this Firelock here, as we saw Toshank struggle with it. When you combine that with the skill of Baloney Pony, it gets pretty scary very quickly. So Baloney Pony has already taken on one legend and done so well tonight. How will he do versus another? We're about to find out, boys. Warlock duel, here we go.
How low will I have to sink to accomplish my goal?
As we look into Serenity's point of view here, he didn't, but it was actually very close. It was 4-2, and every single round was very, very close with Toshank. It was an epic duel. Shapendi and AF50 to the queue? Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Shapendi v AF50. Hell yeah, man. Good old melee duel. Need one more person for team duels. Duel here, password GMX. GMX. Good mannered X. Yeah, you should, Shoulders. Zon is very strong. It's certainly a high skill ceiling. Easy to learn, difficult to master, but very fun. There's even a Sin PK Discord, or a Zon PK Discord, and that's really cool to see some Zon v Zon. Look at this. Serenity trying to work his way in here. Oh, man. Gets hit with that apocalypse. Uh-oh. Baloney Pony could be in trouble here. He realized that that Serenity was charge locked there, and much like Polytheus does with his fire skills, he was just kiting him through. Oh my god, nice chain there from Serenity. He got the life tap, but it was just a little too late. So that was very intelligent there. Baloney Pony was utilizing that charge lock of Serenity and kiting him through some flame waves, which was very well aimed. He scored some damage with that, and he actually showed that he is not scared of the distance at which he can teleport on that controller. There's a reason. He wants you to chain lock him. He wants you to get aggro so that he can punish you, and he knows all the ways to do it. This guy is a menace out there on that warlock. Yeah, Zons are very good. They do have some just bad matchups, but like a Smiter is a pretty bad matchup, but you know, other than that, they're pretty clean, man. It's a pretty good class. Uh-oh, Serenity gets hit with an apocalypse there, and it looks like he's going to be trying to utilize this FOH from the outside. I really do like this. That's going to force Baloney Pony to kind of look for a little bit more aggro, and that's going to give Serenity the windows that he needs. If he can get in here, if he can land these shots, not hit the pets, right? Yeah, and he's actually scoring some hits versus Baloney Pony. That's actually doing damage, that FOH. That's doing some big damage, actually. Oh my god, that FOH is big, man. That Ring of Fire, though. And Serenity lands a smite. Now Baloney Pony in trouble. Oh my god, man. What a duel. Serenity might try to finish with FOH here because he does have Baloney Pony very low. Baloney Pony is going to try to kite him through some apocalypse. That is basically his only out at this point. He needs to kite Serenity through big apocalypse hits, but it's just not enough. That FOH takes him out. And just like that, Serenity now 1-1 in this matchup. Ring of Fire is really good though, Jinshin. It has like this auto knockback. It's a 100% knockback. So like, I think spamming it is a little risky, especially with like the FHR changes and shit. But I think like it's a really good way to stop the aggro and to punish people for a couple of shots with it. It's certainly one of those, not one of those skills where you can actually aggro with it, which feels bad. But I think it is actually pretty nasty. It's certainly not a main, it ain't like Fireball. Like it's not the main source of attack, but I think it's one of those that when you use it like Baloney Pony is using it here, just to opportunistically punish your opponent for coming in, keeping the distance a little bit, keeping them inside of Apocalypse. That also is something that you can do with that. That's a great use of it. But as the main source of attack, certainly not. It won't get there. Yeah, like one, yeah. I even put 1 Point Wonder into it on my BM Abyss lock just because the knockback is so good. Yeah, I think you're right though. It's never gonna be a main skill. It's a nice little follow up though. Like hey, this is decent fire damage, a little bit of knockback. Yeah, like that right there. Like you can see that did a couple hundred damage, and knocked Serenity, knocked him out of his rhythm. Like that's incredible. It's like a souped up Mind Blast is what that is. Ring of Fire is like a souped up Mind Blast. It's like a close range Mind Blast. Oh man. Serenity getting in there with some vicious aggro, closing the distance. Baloney Pony caught a couple of hits here. This is wild. I think Trackamp was like, yo, man, I want to duel this Baloney Pony guy. I actually would love to see that duel. Fire v Fire. Like Warlock Fire versus Shaman Fire, right? Like that would be insane. I wonder how it would be. I honestly think that it could go either way. Like they're both kind of mid-range builds. Yeah, Serenity now noticing how low Baloney Pony is, might be going for the FOHPK again. Oh, or a chain, man. Or he don't give no fucks and just going in with a chain like that. Giving no fucks, dude. That was insane. And that right there, when you got all the pets down like that, that is the perfect opportunity to capitalize on that controller teleport distance. But Baloney Pony knows what he's doing. Like, he usually wants you to do that, but it was a very rare window right there where he didn't have any pets up, and Serenity recognized that and took advantage of the opportunity. That was very clutch, very high level play right there. That is why Serenity is so scary. You can't make a mistake around him. Even with this build, which I'm sure he doesn't fully understand yet, he realizes the windows where he's like, okay, I realize these pets are kind of a pain in the ass. I realize you're not going to have much time to set up what you want to set up. I'm going after you, you know? And that's exactly what he did. That was very well done. Yeah, Serenity and insane chains. Uh-oh, he's got to be careful not to get caught in that apocalypse, though. He's got a couple of wins back-to-back. It's now 2-1 in favor of Serenity. But he's got to be careful and not get too comfortable around that apocalypse. The thing is, apocalypse is there's no, like, real splash damage behind it. If you're outside of that circle, you don't get hit by it. Right? So it's like, it's a very fine line. If you are outside of that line, you are not getting hit. And Serenity is now figuring that out as he goes 3-1 here, in and out of the circle. That is crazy. Damn, son. I actually didn't expect this to be a good duel for the Paladin. I thought this was going to be really bad for Serenity. While Baloney Pony might have been a little disadvantaged versus the Sin, I thought he would have a big advantage versus the Din. But not all Dins are Serenity, that's for sure. You also got to remember that. You'll be ready around 11 p.m. Eastern if you still streaming that late. If not, I told him we can run it back Thursday, next Thursday or something. Yeah, cool. No problem, dude. No problem. We'll see what we're looking like. I think we still got some duels here. We might have some team duels. We'll see how it goes. We never know exactly how long it's going to go, but yeah, either way, we can run it back next week. Uh-oh, dude. Baloney Pony's in trouble. He's certainly FOHPK now. He is looking. Serenity might finish this like a gentleman, just like I was going to say, like a gentleman. Getting in there and delivering the smites. That was insane. He says, were you ready? Can redo. What a good guy. He might have caught him early there with something. Yeah, he might have been lagging. He says, you weren't really on my screen, and then bam. Yeah, he caught him like really early with that. That was strange. They might redo this. Yeah, he says, let's run it back. I like that, man. Serenity is the type of player. Absolutely love this guy. He doesn't like to take the free wins. He likes to earn them. And this is typical of good Din players. I don't know what it is. It's like a brotherhood, right? They want to earn the win. They don't want to just be given, you know, we have seen some cheesy murder Din player that would take a win no matter how he can get it. But other than that guy, there's most of these Dins, all right, it's like a brotherhood, you know, they want to earn that win. Lamp used to love free wins. Yeah, like I said, I also know some murder Din that used to be like, oh, fucking poison and shit. And fucking, yeah. Oh, nice setup there, but Serenity caught him. Serenity caught him bad there. He teleported right in that apocalypse, just south walk, just cut him right off and smited him. That was bad news. Nice chains here from Serenity as he gets in. Absolutely incredible. That chain is just hard to beat. Closes the distance, gets in and smites, and damn, son. Very good duels, and there it is. Serenity earns it, a 4-1 victory. That's actually surprising. I didn't think that duel would be good for a Din. That's, I thought it was going to be pretty miserable for Serenity. Not going to lie. That's, you learn something every day, you know? You learn something. Wow. That was nuts. What's surprising is that Baloney Pony did better versus the Sin, which I did not expect. And it's toe shank on a Sin. He almost beat him. That's crazy, man. He's got a 220 amulet on his warlock here too. Look at this gear. These guys love that they're showing off the gear here. I love seeing this. You know, especially with wild builds like this. Kira's Guardian for Baloney Pony, really stacking up that resistance. A 220 mana and cold res amulet there on the warlock, and look at that obsession. Just beautiful, dude. Beautiful. He's getting that storm shield usage in while he can. Yeah, you see that 222 open socket here from Serenity as well. That diadem is insane. Beautiful Din amulet too. Wow, it's a 230 22 open socket. That's insane. Yep, that amulet was 220 rep life and like 57 life. Yeah, 57 life, 7 rep life. That's an insane Din Ammy. Wow, boys. That was crazy. All right, boys, it is Havito versus the Cools. I say we get up in there. We make it happen, man. It is time. I'm sorry about this, but Havito, I'm going to have to do it, man. I'm going to have to do it. That's right. We going in with a punch out loop. You know what it is. You know what it is. That's right. I love good chains too, man. It is something to see. All right, we getting up in there. I'm gonna make a. Actually, you make a game, Havito, and I'll join it because I'm the. You're the barb. I'm the necro. I gotta sit up in my seat here. We gotta get dialed the fuck in. You guys are about to see top necro. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't want to hear nothing about this song choice, AF50. Don't want to hear nothing about it. No shit, shoulders. That's awesome. Serving the Emperor Charlemagne. They're a tight inner circle bound by loyalty, honor, and shared purpose. More like an elite order or band of champions. Dude, hell yeah. That is what these Dins are, my friend. Yeah, Havito, yeah, okay, I was gonna say, check the message. I try to, especially when I'm dueling, I am the most hated D2 creator of all time, with billions of trolls everywhere that want nothing more than to troll my games and ruin my opponent's duels. So we gotta make passes that are harder to guess. All right. He's looking for a map right now, and you know what? While he looks, let me make sure we've got our setup so we don't have to fuck around with this when we pop in there. Make sure we ain't got to fuck around with this.
Not in town. Not in town.
All right. Also, balance, sound balance, very important. All right, we've got one. Yeah, it'll work. Yo! All right, here we go, boys. I gotta get dialed in. Havito is a savage, and we shall treat him as such. He is an absolute menace to these Necros. So we're gonna need to take that into consideration. All right, what have we got? We've got faster hit recovery, check. 125, check. Big damage, check. I need me another sling ring, man. A -5 sling. He's not doing... he could do magic damage, right? Yeah, so, we probably... Actually, you know what? Because he could do magic damage with Zerk, we're gonna swap this out. We're gonna lose some FHR here. Can we make it up? That's the question. Don't get hit, right? Don't get hit. Don't get hit. All right, we don't need to be teeth and no barbs. Maybe we do. Yeah, it's fine. I'm cool with whatever. All right, he's getting some pools going. Let's help him out.
Yes.
Then we get dialed the fook in, and we jam. We gotta get Polytheist style dialed in, right? We gotta fucking. I'm talking locked.
The order welcomes you.
Yep, no blinking allowed. It should be good. Should be good for round one. All right, let's do it. All right, we're gonna be doing some Coooley tech here. No way! I got way too... Oh, man. I got way too ambitious on that one. I thought I had it. We gotta stay locked in. We gotta stay locked in. We can't go looking for trouble. He's gonna give it to us. No, you did good, Atlantis. There's just a little bit of lag. Now we're gonna be coming online with it. Now it'll be different. There's a little bit of lag in the stream.
Greetings.
We've got this.
What can I do for you?
All right, no more dicking around. No more going and looking for trouble with 0 DR, all right? Or 15, I guess it's 23 DR, but still not enough, right? We ain't got the DR to go looking for trouble. Getting in there with the violence. That's what it is. We got to build a house. We're going to build ourselves a castle. And we're going to fucking be the king of that said castle. That is called the Coooley Castle out there in the Bloodmoor. Some people try to perfectly time a bone prison, but that shit is for noobs. I like to build bone castles in the grass. Yeah, DR definitely didn't matter when he was Zerk, and that's for sure. 1-1. And by the way, Tall Keto, my guy. Holy shit. Alright, we gotta reset this. He's coming in hot. We got a big cheers for you, bro, in a sec. No way! Nicely done. Holy shit. 1-2. GG. Alright. I think we're spending too much time in the bone prison and he's figuring it out. So I think what we need to do is just play a little bit. We just need to lates a little bit. Spam and jam. And then just then throw up the bone prison. Once we change his approach, then engage in the bone prison again. By the way, big cheers, Tall Keto, my guy. Let's go, my man. You are champion. Finish him.
What you need?
We're trying. Big cheers, man. Thank you so much for parking the Prime over here, man. You could send it anywhere. I'm so pumped you sent it this way, dude. Means a lot. Coooley playing Minecraft. Look, this is my Minecraft necro. Nothing wrong with that. All right, we just got to get a little dancy. Get a little dancy and prancy. No way! Wow, GG. All right, I'm gonna put on 35% block. I'm gonna give up all my damage and lates the fuck out of this. I think that is not what I want to do. I think when I give up my damage here because of the new boots, we won't do anything. But that's all right. We need some block. No, actually, you know what? Fuck that. Don't get hit. That's the mistake we're making. Don't get hit. We are fully capable of not getting hit. I'm only getting hit because I'm letting him hit me. That is the realization I've come to. I'm only getting hit because I'm allowing it.
What can I do for you?
And by the way, Leroy Sunset, he said, what?
Became a member. At Leroy Sunset celebrates 40 months of membership. Check Discord PMs and a violent DFC, my man.
Bro, thank you so much. I already know, bro. That's freaking cool. Thank you so much, man, for the 40 months. Big cheers, brother. Wild. What a savage. All right, we're getting in. We're going to swap this. I think we do more damage now. I haven't checked, but I think it's true. And yeah, we're just gonna not get hit. We're gonna chuck some teeth. It's just how it is. Jam slam Alabama.
I only die when I lag.
Botosaurus, you know what it is. You know what it is, dude. By the way, big cheers for you here too real soon. Holy shit. We got our back against the ropes. We're getting beat up. We're only getting hit because we're allowing it, boys. We don't have to allow it. We don't have to allow it. We can't be allowing that. Hey, nicely done, dude. Nice. Wow. By the way, Botosaurus, big cheers for the 2026 signature dono. Obviously, there was so much lag. You can see it, Botosaurus. See, Botosaurus, look at that, 125 ping. Holy shit. What is this cheese? Big cheers, brother.
Miss participating in these with you, Jabronus. Missed a few weeks of signature donos, so here is an extra one for good measure.
Bro.
Thanks for hosting Cools.
Not necessary at all, Botosaurus, but much appreciated, man. Another big cheers to you. 2 2026 signature donos. Back to back. Bro, that is so crazy. Botosaurus, the man, the myth. Bro, huge cheers. That was wild. Bros, we got our asses kicked by Havito. Wow. Look at those 100% perfect Horizon's Legacy. What are we gonna do against that? Those BM boots, such bad-mannered. Fucking. We would never do that. We would never do that to our opponent. Not a 100% perfect pair, anyway. Damn. Holy shit. Havito played like a savage, man. I gotta say. That was wild.
It's not true lates without life representative G-Hay.
True. I needed more life rep. I actually needed the life rep. Nicely done, man. I actually expected that would be an easy win versus a barbarian, but not when you've got a savage like Havito piloting it. Jesus Christ. I was like, oh, I can't lose to a barb. That's the worst PvP class. No, apparently we can. We needed more teeth, but also more rep life. It was hard to balance, all right? Very hard to balance. Yeah, we could have also just taken the Zerks, gone full Sunder. I almost did that too. More life rep is always the answer, for sure, for sure. How much damage with Spear and Spirit? Let's see. Spirit, 7.3. 6.6k Spear. 7.3k Spirit. Yeah, it was crazy. I should have gone Sunder, I think, and just rolled the dice with Zerks. And I had the boots, so I couldn't get one-shotted with Zerks, but I should have just, like, full send and then just teeth it, you know? By the way, what's up, Doom? GG's, brother. Nicely done. You're a savage on that barb. What a savage, man. Holy shit. Havito whooped that ass. That guy shut down the hype train of the top necro here. That was a little wow. We're gonna have to build back up now. We have to build back up as we pop into Shapendi versus AF50. We've also got some team duels rolling in here. We might be able to pop in and see what's going on with that. We also got Leroy, who he sent in a special message to say, hey, look, there might be some D-clone games up you might want to check out. Damn. It was all in vain, Tall Keto. We didn't get it. We almost did, but yeah, I was staying away from the teeth initially because I thought that it would be a bad matchup for the barb, so I didn't want to cheese it, but I should have done full cheese right from the get-go. Because, and I started doing it at the end, and I noticed that it was a really good strategy, not because I could just chew him down with teeth, but because when I would teeth, he couldn't stay on the outside. And I was like, okay, this is what I've wanted the whole duel. And I was like, I should have been practicing this early on. Yeah, I originally stayed away from teeth because I thought it would be too cheesy. But I think when you go no block necro, no DR, there is no too cheesy. Just do what you do. The eagle is not landing. What's up, Jagger? No, teeth is only banned in NVD, like Necro versus Wind Druid, and NVN. Anything else it's technically not banned in, that's considered cheesy in some matchups, such as versus Din. I thought versus Barb too, but you kind of just need to do it. Yeah, that was good though. Havito played, he's so good, man. He has come so far, let me tell you. I remember when Havito started up in the DFC, and now this guy is a baller. Holy shit. By the way, look at this. This is a Din v Din showdown here between Shapendi and AF50. AF50 off to another good start here. It's now 3-1 in this. This is a ROT Dubs showdown here. ROT Dubs showdown. Din v Din, Shapendi making a comeback into the DFC. Holy shit, look at that big hit though from Shapendi. That will get him back on the board here. Now 3-2, still in favor of AF50. Yeah. When players complain, or really it's bear only, no teeth, is just to make it so that the duels don't last 10 hours, right? Holy shit, that was literally right down to 1. It's now 3-3 between Shapendi and AF50, and that duel where Shapendi just took that round, he went right down to 1. That was an incredibly close duel. Oh, Teeth and NVN is really stupid. I think NVN is just spear only. NVN gets pretty gay with if you do anything besides spear only. Like, sure, you gotta remember, most rules aren't made because things are too powerful. It's because they're too gay. Right? Like, that's what it is. Duels just get really gay. You know, they last forever. They lead to a ton of lates. And it's like there's zero skill, it's just random spam and shit. So, some rules exist just to make duels interesting and fun. And so, like, no teeth in NVN is one of them. Same with, like, NVD. Theoretically, teeth in NVD has always been allowed since the days of LOD. But it was a different time back then where you could 5 wolves, and wolves didn't have asinine amounts of life, you know, and all of the other changes that come along with. You had the FHR lock where a necro could actually catch a druid and FHR him out. You know, you had that shit. But all of those things are gone, making the matchup even more miserable. So now it's just bear only, no teeth. You can do a duel with teeth and wolves, but it's like, it just takes, if you remember Maddie versus Vamp the Champ, that was like a 4-hour duel. That was wolves and teeth. Holy shit, though. Close duel between these guys. Back and forth in this melee division. Jagger says, let's fucking go, Shapendi. These are so close. This round right here, Shapendi was also down to 1. And it is back and forth. Right now, it is 5-6 in favor of Shapendi. But these rounds are so close. Yeah, Spears is like... Spears can also be gay, to be completely frank with you. It can also be an extremely gay duel. But it depends on how much you want to pride it out. But all in all, Spears is just quicker. It leads to quicker duels that we don't have to wait all night for. And look at this, AF50 going in and swapping, pulling a big swap here. He's going in and using a string of ears. That's what he changed to. Now, this can be an interesting play. If your opponent has a Raven Frost on, it can actually lead to some pretty decent, more damage reduction, certainly, than Dungos. And with the defense and everything, the calculations actually get a bit better. Up to string, man. That's the way to go. It's now, I ain't saying that score, boys, but you know what it is. It is 6 wins to 7 wins. 6 wins to 7 wins. 6-8. now in favor of Noah, aka Shapendi. Hey, thanks, Koreazilla. Good seeing you, man. Holy shit, man. Shapendi. Down he goes. Now this is a 7-8 between these guys. This is so close. And it looks like AF50 going on Phoenix here instead of Fortitude. Both of these guys actually opting for Phoenix. Phoenix is the way in ROT dubs? Who knows? It certainly is the heavier hitting item. AF50 with that Conquest sword, man, getting it in there. This one could go either way. Oh my god, and there it is. AF50 evening up the score now. 8s between these guys. This is so close. Now, this is not a title bout, so this is first to 10, no win by 2. So this could be 10-9 and it is over, right? Unlike in a title match where 10-9 would mean we're going another round at least. Big hits for Shapendi right out the gate. Man, so far it's looking pretty flawless for him. Damn, son, flawless victory for Shapendi. Shapendi is 1 win away from cinching up the victory in this round, or in this duel. And AF50 needs 2. He needs those RNG gods to smile upon him twice more in a row. And there's 1. It's now 9-9 between these guys. It literally comes down to this. It comes down to this round. This is a wild duel. Let's fucking go, AF50 says. Holy shit, and here we go. Good luck to these gentlemen. Big hits for AF50 in this round. Another close one. Could go either way, boys, and both these guys swinging and missing. Holy shit, right down to 1, and Shapendi steals it. That duel, that entire match, came down to 1 life. That was an incredible melee bout right there. Came down to 1 life. I wouldn't be surprised if these guys' setups are remarkably similar. That was an incredible melee duel. Comes down. Oh, look at these guys both using like a rare sword, which you don't really ever see. That is certainly something right there. That is a rare sight. An E-Rep sword. Both of them on shaft stop. And look at this mythical sword, Cruel Fool, IAS, 1 socket, low rune for Shapendi. And he's got a very nice Paliviso diadem here with max damage in there. Can't tell exactly what's in that jewel, but very interesting. I think he stayed away from putting ED because it looks like there was some base max damage in the helm. So he might have stayed away from putting an ED jewel in it to avoid the bug. But yeah, both of these guys on F-upped shaft stop. That's a beautiful, beautiful sword here for AF50. This gear is just insane. Both of them on High Lords. Yeah, that string of ears I think is pretty clutch when your opponent has any sort of elemental damage. But it looks as though I think Shapendi had a Raven Frost, so that did give him optimal damage reduction. That did give AF50 optimal damage reduction. And look at this. These charms ain't even perfect. These are LLD charms right here. 3, 13, 14, AF50 just coming in. Pulling it off with, that's incredible. Literally, it's LLD charms. That's so crazy. It's a 16, 8, 9 jewel in there. Okay, that's what it is. 16 max, 8, 9. So 8 strength, 9 dex. Wow. Yeah, so 2 max damage rolls. Yep, beautiful. Beautiful. Absolutely epic showdown between these guys. All right, finally, we might be able to peek into these team duels. So they say. It might be that they're kind of wrapping up, but we're gonna see, man. GG's. That was an epic showdown. He says team duels are wrapping up. But we've still got some teams going on. Oh, look at this. Solomon up in here on this Firelock in team duels. Oh, nice stomp there from Stu. Stu on the Hammered In. Holy shit. Oh man, and Track Amp is up in here. This guy is deadly. If he's the last one in teams, dude, he can pick you down. He can pick you apart from the outside. The Hammered In, it's going to be really hard for him to finish. This is really going to be on the Barb player in teams here. The Hammered In, it's just going to, you spin random hammers, you try to protect your Barb a little bit until they feel froggy and want to pop out, you know? That's what you got to do. If the Barb blows up the pets, maybe you chase and start chaining, start chucking those hams. But as you can see, man, Stu is getting eaten alive by those fire spells. Just getting pieced up, man. That's how it goes. Yep, team duels, man. And it looks like this might be fours. This might be fours. Might be some 4-on-4 action here. Dude, hell yeah. It is a rough life for a Hammered In versus a Fire Druid, because the Hammered In is technically a short range character, and you know, they struggle dealing with characters or dealing with opponents that have pets and that can deal damage at least mid range. They kind of struggle with that, and as you can see, Track Amp just ran right through. He was like, "Look, no problem at all. No problem at all. I'm just going to keep my distance here." He will have a problem versus Kings, the 99 Barb here, but Kings is very low on life. He has to be super patient, and he has to catch Track Amp when the opportunity presents itself. He can't go looking for trouble. Can't go looking for trouble. Been wanting to bring Cold back to teams? Jam it, Doom. Oh man, and down goes Kings. I told you that Track Amp was going to get it, man. MVP in that round right there. He gets it, takes down the Barb. Wow. Firelock is interesting. Is it an okay build for dueling? I think from what I've seen, it's an okay build for dueling. There's some builds that were just like, there has never been in the history of PvP a build that's just been straight out banned for how powerful it was, like for how unfair powerful it was. But the other builds of the Warlock, like the Blood Boil Warlock, the Abyss Warlock, they're just so busted with their damage that like there's no way to reasonably compete with them in PvP. So those just got straight banned. So what we're looking at is just any Warlock builds that are surviving from that, right? And the Firelock, it's okay so far. It's put up like okay results. Baloney Pony almost beat Toshank, one of the best duelers in the world, man, today on the Firelock. And you know, it's crazy. But it is a very mid-range dueler. It is a very mid-range build. Uh-oh, down goes Pit. Their Druid, this team's Druid was slain by Track Amp. That ain't good, man. That ain't good. This is crazy. Well, Mirrored Blades, I think, is always hit, too, so it wouldn't technically be melee either. But Mirrored Blades, who knows, it could have something behind it. With all of the... Like, Echoing Strike, believe it or not, is actually pretty fair in PvP. It's not really that busted. It is big damage, but I think, like, if they just... When they make it so that F weapons can't be used without reducing durability, that will fix that. But other than that, like... Echoing Strike is a fine build for PvP. The Mirrored Blades could be interesting. There's a few things that people are doing with Mirrored Blades. I think honestly that a Bow Warlock has probably slept on a lot. I've wanted to dive into that. I've heard some good things about it. I've heard some busted things about it, but I might try that out at some point. I think there's also some busted shit with that. But yeah, I mean, everything else is fine. The only two skills that were just like straight banned because they're so busted, they're unfixably busted, is Blood Boil and Abyss. The only way they can fix Abyss in PvP is make it do 0 damage. It's the only way it's fair. It's the only way that build is like legitimately good or like legitimately usable. Yeah, teams is kind of fun. Like, I mean, even if you feel the pressure of the team duels, this is what I say. Don't worry about the pressure. Just get in there and have fun. Do what you do. You know, you can talk with your team, see if they have a plan for you. Like, hey, what should I do here? You can always get some. You can always get some advice from them. Try doing what they do, and if you don't do it, who cares? You know what I mean? It's just like it's team duels. It's just there to have fun, right? I don't know. I haven't heard anything about when the lock nerfs go live or what they're doing, but yeah, I don't know. I hope they listen to GGM. GGM put out a good video about the Sunder Charm changes, and I'm on board with what he says. Nobody talks about the Abyss. I think I put a little video out there about how busted Abyss is, but the devs don't care about PvP, which is unfortunate because they used to. But we can't count on that getting fixed. And, you know, and aside from that, like the Sunder Charms becoming more common. I mean, they put language in there to say like, oh, they won't. We're still maintaining some of the, you know, the rarity of the Sunder Charms. No, you're not. Like, GGM found 7 in an afternoon. You know what I mean? It's like they aren't rare. Like 7 in an afternoon is chump change now. Like, I think they should just let people cry about Sunder Charms. The only thing they need to do with regard to the Heralds is just make them immediately spawn. Like, instead of getting the token then spawning, that's a good change. Everything else with the Heralds, they need to fuck off with that, dude. Like, they're good as is. People just cry because you have the... I would bet there's less people crying now because D4's new season came out. So the players that only play for like a week or a few days that want to do everything are playing D4 right now. So I think like that crowd might actually be gone from D2, which is good because I don't think that mentality belongs in D2. Like, oh, we need to find all the statues. We need to find all the Sunders. We need to be able to do everything that we put in the game. I can't do it in an hour. I don't know what I'm gonna do with my life. Like, you know, we need to just get rid of that mentality. Yeah, exactly. And like, I know that I play the game a lot, but like, I've found a fuck ton of Sunders at their current rarity. Like, they're not hard. They're like valuable. There's so much to it that is so good about the expansion that those Sunder Charms are extremely are as rare as they are. I wouldn't say extremely rare. Like, they're not as rare as High Runes. I don't know what else we want. Like, if you're farming Heralds, you'll find them more than you will find High Runes. Promise you that. So like, anything more or anything less rare than that is too common. Yeah, and they're worth so much, Streamology. That's the thing. They're not really that uncommon, and they're currently worth so much. That's perfect. You nailed it. Why change that? That is like perfect. Yeah, fingers crossed they just go back on all that change and they're like, yeah, we're just gonna change the Heralds so that they immediately spawn and we're not doing anything else. Sorry, we're not doing anything else with the Heralds. That's huge. That would be great. It's the best part of the expansion. We were theory crafting and I put the theory as to why, and he was like, you know, Doom, you might be right. Oh, the Blood Boil lock? Yeah, it's insane. Max single-handedly showed how busted the Blood Boil lock was. There was no bad matchups. He was just absolutely throttling everybody. It looked miserable every duel. He would go up against anybody. It was just any duel, so miserable. It's like that feels bad. You can't even get close, and half the time you, like, even though you know what you're getting hit with, you don't know what you're getting hit with. It, like, spawns on you and blows up, and it's like, god damn it. That's like, how do you even contend with that? Holy shit, man. These guys getting in here, doing some vicious violence in the Bloodmore. This team with the Zan is pretty tough to beat. King's the Barb still up in here. He's got his shield. But we're watching Track Amp's point of view right here, and he is pretty low. Just caught a whirlwind there, too. Yeah, same. Like, I mean, you all know how I feel about it. My opinion doesn't matter with Blizzard, but, like, I just wish they would stop listening to the people that cry about how rare things are. I can't find this. Like, literally, we were all complaining about how common Sunder Charms are. And now it's the same babies who are like, oh, now they're too rare. You're gonna have my Goldilocks zone. It's like, no, they're gonna be rare. They're super powerful. They need to be rare. Do not make them common. If you just want a Sunder Charm, go play D2R Legacy. Go get it, then convert. Like, there's still a way to get one. You know, like, it's still possible. Just get good, right? Like, that's the name of the game. Get good. It's still possible. People want the items, so they'll have to work, right? Sucks that they pandered to the noobs. Oh, well, yeah, that's the thing. There's nothing we can do about it. It's just like a lot of us are going to play the game regardless until it's either not fun or we can't, right? So, you know, no sense. It's... We'll play it regardless. It sucks. Yeah, you're right. Necro deaths are goated. Yeah, the necro death sound is insane. But I need loot, and I need loot now. What is this?
Get good. That's it.
Get good. That's it. By the way, Turbo G, thank you so much, man. Not necessary at all, but this guy throwing the 20 coin Canadian tip here. Wow. Holy shit, man. Big cheers, Turbo G. Huge, man. That was wild. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, so there is a common one and there's a rare one, right? You can go get the common one by playing Legacy, then convert. Right? Or you could stick it out and go get the rare ones, which are valuable, they're worth a lot, they're a staple in the economy. Doing anything to their rarity will affect it, and it will affect it very negatively. Yep, until death do us part, that's how long I plan to play, right? Exactly. I'm all for the increased Herald drop rates, though. Make them something special. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, like make the Sunder Charm something special, right? Like the only thing that needs to change about the Heralds is the stupid token thing. I love what they did in the PTR, where like as soon as you hit a Herald, it just spawns, right? Like that's perfect. That's how it should be. Yep, yeah, that's how it's gonna be to him if they keep listening to it. That's exactly how it's gonna be. Next cry is gonna be, new Sunders should have +1 to skills because I lose a skill charm? Yeah, that's how it will be. That's how it will be. To prevent all of that crying, just keep them rare. Right? That's it. Just keep them rare. You don't need a Sunder Charm. Let's pop into Stu's point of view here. Looks like he's still live on the Hammerden over here, still jamming it. We are watching some team duels. It looks like 4v4s with these guys. This team is a Barb, Druid, Din, and Din. 2 Dins, a Barb, and a Druid. We got a Din spinner out here spinning these hams. And it looks like a Smiter in Karthus. Pit is a Wind Druid and a Barbarian. Of course, those are always Whirlwind. But, yeah, and their opposing team here, it looks like Lag, aka the Necro, is the only one left. So these guys are trying to track him down. The Necro certainly has the ability to finish an entire team if left unchecked here. He can definitely do it. Oh, look at that. Some FOH PK. Holy shit. That was huge. That was huge from Stu right here. I played Mr. Llama's Vengeance Paladin after I got a dual Dream Breath of the Dying Zerkrax. Used 0 Sunders. was so fun, this ladder. Yeah, that's the thing, man. You got to remember this too. Like, personally, I don't even like Sunders being in the game. I think they're unnecessary. It's unnecessary to sunder a monster's resistance to anything. Just adapt your build and play around it, right? Like, that's kind of the charm of Diablo 2. Regardless, that aside, we're never winning that argument, right? You know, even in the end game, when you have so many more gear options, you almost certainly don't need Sunders. In fact, part of the reason why the ladder is so imbalanced when it comes to how quickly classes rise up and can climb now, part of that reason, you know, this season's a little different with the warlock, but part of the reason why the sorceress is so broken on a ladder climb is Sunder Charms. And people are like, build diversity, build diversity. No, you made the sorceress untouchable. It went from like, wow, there's a few different builds that could effectively climb a ladder quickly, to now there's one. It's the sorceress. Now that Mosaic is out, it's the sorceress. There's no other class. Now that the warlock is out next season, or maybe it is, who knows? Like, the sorceress is the only class. Why? Sunder Charms. The light Sunder makes it so you can't catch it. You no longer need an infinity to start ripping on that. But when you get it, it's even worse, because the monsters get their immunity sundered, and then infinity hits even harder. So it's like, it's so ridiculous. Before that, you needed to pick your zones with the Sork. If you got lightning immunes, which are everywhere, you were going to get slowed down a bit. You ran the risk of getting ganked. It was still a very powerful build. It really did. It could climb a ladder pretty efficiently without a Sunder. But now that you have it, it's just like everything's easy. Yeah, Novasaur crushes, dude. It's so nasty. Absolutely nasty. Lightning's kind of a shitty example for that one because of Infinity, they could always break. True, lightning immunities don't work the same in the game as most other immunities do. Truthfully, what they needed to do was just, instead of Sunder Charms, they just needed to make all immunities work like lightning immunities. Make cold immunities, you know, not be much over 100, right? Like, fire immunities, those were, yeah, just drop them down a bit. Like, you could make them all work like physical immunity, where if they're immune, they're at 100, right? Like, they're at 100 resistance. That's truthfully how it should be, honestly. And itemization should have just been balanced around that, or it still could be, really, but there's no need for it to be ridiculously over, you know. And it could be, if you get a monster that's like cold enchanted and cold immune, okay, now you can go to like 150, right? Like, that makes sense. But like, naturally, nothing can go above 100. It's either immune at 100 or it's not. I think that would have just been clutch. Like, you wouldn't need Sunder Charms. You wouldn't, you know, Infinity could break that shit. Like, lower res could break that shit. Maybe not 100. That might be a little low, but you see what I'm saying, right? Like, you could get a lower res wand and break the immunity, and you could deal with it. And you're rewarded in your RPG mind of thinking, wow, I found an item that lowers resistance. I could use this. Wow, it worked. I'm smart. Like, it makes all the sense. But for some reason, it's not like that. Just no need for Sunders. Creative ways to break resistances. Yeah, I would agree. Like, somewhere in there. Maybe 120 on, like, ridiculous monsters, but like always to the point where Infinity is going to break it. Like, it's gonna put it at like high 90s. Holy shit, down goes Ernie. There's Zon. That is a big kill. The Zon on the team is probably the glue that holds the whole thing together, really. It's the glue that holds it all together. A lot of the players try to protect the Zon because it does so much damage at such a great distance. Yeah, where the fuck is Mooches? He probably got called into work or something like that, man. Busy dude. I can imagine. Yep, yeah, exactly. But I mean, now that Sunders are in, they made them even more powerful. They're not going anywhere, so it's like, I mean, what I've noticed about the game is it's so hard to complain about this thing is wrong and this needs to be fixed when, like, it's a given that some of the broken shit should be that way, right? Like the resistances. It's hard to say, like, well, Sunders should be rare. Well, it's like, Sunders shouldn't exist. Resistances should change. It's like, you see what I mean? This whole fortress of, like, suggested changes that we would throw is, like, built on shit that's pretty fucked up anyway. And, like, should be changed at its core. So, you can derive anything from a contradiction, logically, and it's like, that's kind of where we're at. Let me know if you want to duel. No rush here. Oh, yeah, let's do it, man. Let's do it. I'm here. Look, I got my face caved in by Havito. He came right in here, and on his barbarian, we're checking the tapes to see what kind of hacks he used. But the point is, I've got myself a loss here tonight, and you know, there's only one thing that can make up for that. We got to take Max's warlock title here. I'm gonna make. Yeah, I'll make this game. I'll send you the game name. This will be Lock v Lock. Max is currently the Lock v Lock champion. And we're just going to token a little bit here, and we're going to try to take that title from him, all right? It's time for us to be... It's time for Coooley to be the #1 Lock of all time. All right? That's sick of these guys who obviously don't know how to duel trying to take on Max. Max just beating on a bunch of noobs. It's time. It's time he faces a real Lock. Oh, okay, you got a game up? Alright, shit. Alright, let me see if I can join you. Nope. I'll check the Discord. All right, here we go. We've got some shitty boots on. They're not the best boots. A little bit of shitty boots here. A little bit of shitty boots. But we actually don't need those. We're going to go fire res, right? That's what we do here. Going fire res. And we need a little bit of physical resistance here. But we don't really have the ability to be choosy with the gear that we have on this guy, all right? We just need to get in there. I suppose I could swap out to this while I still can. Let's see what we can get for cast, right? We're gonna need more cast than that. Well, shit. Well, shit. Well. I suppose that'll work, actually. Alright, there we go. That's going to be it. Then, we're just going to get up in here. We're going to get violent. That's how it's going to be. We're going to overstack this DR, right? We got 24 here. That's 67. We got 6-7 DR. That should be enough. And now let's token this. Wow, it's looking good. Do we need... Yeah, we need a little bit of strength. Okay. Okay. Alright. Let's see here. I'm gonna put 1 point into this in case he fucks with me, starts chaining me and shit. Nobody need that happy hosh shit. Then we're gonna get up in here. What are we actually doing here? Yeah, we go here. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wait, do I need this? No, I don't need this. I'm gonna go in with an Abyss Lock. I'm gonna go in with an Abyss Lock, dude. This is versus Max. You think we're gonna play fair? We're gonna go Abyss Lock, and we're gonna friggin'. We're gonna whoop his ass. We're gonna whoop his ass. Max thinks he has a shot. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You think I was gonna play fair? Think I was gonna play fair against this poser, against this wannabe top warlock? No siree. You stacking DR heavy? Yeah. Yeah, big DR, 6-7. And then we'll go, yeah, we'll do this. Well, the sigils don't matter. Oh yeah, we need demons and shit, right? So, we'll go... I think we go into this. Let's go... We can use 2 demons here. I'm gonna put 1 point here. I think that was actually a little much, but that's okay. And then consume, probably. I think, right? I'm not... Am I missing something? I guess I could go Psychic Ward. But it doesn't absorb much damage. I really don't care about Psychic Ward. Let's just consume. Just consume. There we go. And then we dump all of this here. Get ready, Max. You know what I'm doing? You know what I'm doing? I'm gonna do it. Oh, no, that's not the right one. What are you doing? Christ, Bill. Jesus Christ, man. This
Not in town.
guy's trying to get me killed with the wrong song here. Alright. Alright, we up in this now. Yep, rest to consume. That's the way. That is the way. Max is screwed now. BM song, that's right, you know it, you know it. Alright, here we go. Oh, I didn't pull the belt out, that's alright. I think we should be good. This friggin' wannabe over here. Go, bro. I ain't going looking for trouble now. We 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 ain't gonna look for trouble now. Oh shit, whoops. Oh yeah, right. I forgot about my Ring of Fire lag. Good dolt. I forgot about my Ring of Fire for that situation. No, summons are fine, but just Blood Boil in particular is really busted. It's really hard to fight against. The only way you can fight against it is if you have another busted build like Abyss here. And you can just both be
Yes.
cheesing little busted build players. It's the only way.
Greetings.
Alright, first one is free, guys. First one is free. As a wise man once said, first one is indeed free. Alright, here we go.
Not in town. I can't use this.
LOL, get fucking abyssed, bud. Fucking A. We ain't going looking for trouble now. Oh, yeah, right. Wow. Yeah, pub duels, basically. Shoulders of Giants, that's basically what they turn into. Just join a pub. You'll see very quickly how stupid that is. It's not a very fun way to duel. But it's basically pub games, all pub games right now. People on their abyss locks and shit. Go, bro. O2. We need more rep life on this build.
I can't carry it.
No way! Oh, I don't know what it is. I think I lost power. I think I lost power. Oh man, my power flashed. I lost power there. Yeah, I spilled soda on my keyboard.
I am overburdened.
Yeah, I don't have any charms either. I have one charm. Although I probably should get more, because it's not like people don't cry about this build enough, so it will never get changed. It will never get nerfed.
Yes.
Yeah, it's getting buffed soon. All right, big comeback. He's holding his name lock. Come on, Max. Easy, easy. Big comeback. That wasn't even close. Yeah, dude. All right, Jin and I might get rolling around midnight. All right, GG, man. We also got potentially the title bout going on here momentarily. One, 3. Go. Don't worry about the skill shrine, guys. Just making up for the lack of skill charms. Not the lack of skill, but the lack of skill charms. Yeah, right. So stupid. Fucking build is so stupid. Good duels. I was supposed to have that title, but unfortunately this 63 ping just ain't gonna allow it. I think it made a mistake with the DR, probably. Yeah, I think I should have just not given a fuck. Should have went with more damage. All right, double or nothing. Double or nothing.
Order welcomes you.
I think he's right though. I think we should have just done this. Yeah, probably gone with like a Sunder too. I don't think I actually need this anymore. All right, okay, one more. Double or nothing. We got this. But Sid is already 4-1. That's just a formality, Max. That's just a formality. That was lag. All of that was lag.
I am overburdened.
All right, double or nothing. Yeah, see, then I take so much damage, though. Yeah, then I take so much damage. Yeah, Blood Boil is the best lock. It's unbeatable. One Abyss nuked me? No shit. Yeah. GG's, man. The top lock. Unbeatable. I guess Max deserves his title, alright, for now. You just wait. As soon as I find 8 more of these, this lock is gonna be good. Just 8 more. That's all it's gonna take. Yeah, I think so too. It's just, yeah, Max knows how to get out of the C. He knows how to get away from the CTs. I haven't played Sin enough to know. I realize how bad I am at CT casting, and you need to do that versus Max because he's never gonna he's not going to let you come onto his screen. So he forces you into CT casting, which he is very good at because he's a Sin player. He's a Sin player for life. He's used to that CT casting. I think it really came down to that.
Good day.
Also, the fact that I have no damage. Like, I should be able to essentially one-shot him with, like, if I had real gear instead of fucking, like, Shaco and one charm. Like, I should, like, one Abyss just nukes an entire player just gone off the map. But we can't do that kind of damage with this gear. So it forces me into CT casting. Yeah, the lack of damage mostly. I can just close the distance, risk it, but yeah, then I get fucking nuked too. So it's like I need to do way more. But that's big. I think I could have just been a absolute retard and like close the distance and just click Abyss. But I don't do enough damage. Yeah, Walmart Warlock here. Yeah, same here. Like, you're also kind of lacking still. At least you have the skills, though. The skills, I think, is what it comes down to for, like, a lot of the damage. But, hell yeah, man. That was an epic showdown. An epic showdown. Yeah, let me pop into the right channel here. But, yeah. GG's, Max. God damn, this guy. See, we need someone to take him down. We need someone to get up in here and claim the lock title, all right? I thought for sure I'd be able to do it. I even went full cheese. This is the Temu Warlock, man. That's... if the PTR patch goes live, Abyss will get even better. The skill that affects area will be buffed with soft points instead of just hard points. You'll have more skills to play with. Wow. Yeah, that's so stupid. That's so stupid. Like, this is enhanced entropy is so insane. Like, it's just bad. PvP is dead. Public PvP is dead because this is how public PvP works. There's a lot of bad players out there, right? But like, and there's for so long been skillful players and all classes were kind of balanced to some degree. But then the Warlock came along and now it's like the bad players that were always bad at PvP will never get good at PvP. Will just come in, they'll just troll pub games with an Abyss Warlock. And it isn't like they'll throttle the whole game. When the game turns on them, they're so bad that they will actually get beat. But just imagine someone like Marvel or someone like GoGators or someone like Toshank, if they actually decided to be like, yeah, fuck it, I'm going to go destroy an entire pub game. Nobody would beat them. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so much damage. But that's how pub games go now. Really bad players at PvP busting out the Warlocks, you know, the Abyss locks and all of that, just ruining the game. Like, no one wants to duel them because it's who wants to get one-shotted by a, you know, Mind Blast hammered in all in one. Nobody, right? And then Chains is like busted too. Chains, I guess they're gonna fix this, but the Chains damage is pretty busted. Honestly, this could be busted damage. Like, I think this build would be perfectly fair if Abyss did 0 damage. That's it. Make the radius even larger and make it do 0 damage. Like, it sucks. It pixels things in from an entire screen and does no damage. That should be what the skill does. The entire screen pixeled and then you chain them. You know what I mean? Like, that would actually be a pretty fair build. Chains may be stronger with no cooldown and like 5x chains. True. Chains requires like skillful locks and like name locks and shit. Abyss is just like click somewhere around the player. Yeah, it would be cool with Chains being strong and Abyss just sucks in and no damage. I would agree. Or like 100 damage like Mind Blast. Exactly. It's like a Mind Blast of magic damage. That would be sick. Like 100 to 120 PvP damage, which PVM would be like 600 or something, right? 600 to 700. Yeah, you shouldn't have nuke damage and like perpetual area stun. Like, it's so bad. I think it's so bad that even if they took the area stun out of it and Abyss was just a thing, it would still just do too much damage. But who knows? Well, of course they could fight against it and the Abyss lock would feel more fair. But then, if you had 75 magic res, Necros do no damage. Hammerdins do no damage. And now the Abyss Lock is still doing hammered in damage with 75% magic resist. It's like, so you take the entire, you don't take the baby out with the bathwater, you take out the entire orphanage just to make it so, oh, we can fight the lock now with 75 magic res. You know what I mean? It's like, magic res shouldn't exist in the game. True. And they also have the most pierce, right? They have skills where like when we do this, we can like, we pierce. Look at this. So like this is minus 10 magic res. I can get a sunder for minus 10 more. I could use a jewel. I guess I do have a jewel here, but that's like minus 22. So there's like minus 40 some odd magic res that even if you could stack up, even if you could stack up enough, that's just still so much minus magic res. Yeah, true. Like, imagine if they had to do, like, yeah, some sort of PVM damage. Even then, here's the thing about Abyss, though, is I don't actually think people realize how good it is in PVM because Echoing Strike has just overshadowed it for so long. It is actually really good in PVM. It's far better than most other classes. It's like, in PVM, it will still be an insane ladder climber with Abyss and, like, Echoing Strike not being a thing. Abyss is really good. You know, it's just so overshadowed by Echoing Strike. But the thing is, Chains is also really good in PVM. Like, Abyss Chains would just be insane. If they added, here's another thing, if they added more splash damage to Miasma Bolt, like, so that you could Abyss Miasma Bolt and it just hits so heavy, that would be insane. That would actually be insane. I think it would probably be pretty fair in PvP, too. You know, sans all the, you got to factor in all like the magic pierce and all of that shit. But having this do splash damage, it's probably fine too. Like this damage is a little low. You know, like Miasma Bolt is, that damage is just a little low. But that's a skillful skill to use in PvP. Chains is pretty skillful. But this is just no skill. It's just literally press to delete player. Is what it is, and suck them in from halfway across the map. Like, no skill. Yeah, magic res is only so powerful, Botosaurus, because you couldn't resist it for so long. That was what made magic damage powerful. It couldn't be resisted. It couldn't be augmented by minus magic res. That was what made it like this sacred style of damage. But now it's like, that's not even sacred anymore. Yeah, Def shouldn't have added res or pierce. Agreed. Like that, it's just, that's not necessary. But you know, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? You know, I could also, by the way, get the belt that has 7 pierce on it, 20 cast, 7 pierce. That's also insane. So this guy can get up to like 50 pierce naturally. But then you could also consume a binded demon, a binded Wyand Voidbringer for like what is that like 20 or 30 more, something like that, minus or magic pierce, which is pretty savage. Like you can pierce so much magic resist with this guy. It's stupid. Yeah. Reach of Chains. Honestly, I think Frosty, it's pretty fair. Like the Reach of Chains is pretty fair. The only time it gets busted is if you have a name lock, right? So if you name lock somebody, you can get them all the way from off map. But like the distance of this isn't really that bad. Anything that's like a screen and a half has consistently not really been that bad. Like I can CT cast it and get a screen and a half. That's like pretty fair. If I get a name lock, that'll lock right onto him. Like that'll follow them anywhere. Like I think it's pretty fair. You need some sort of distance on the character, right? But yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. There's just so much. Like, it's unfortunate this class was added and like just no thought was given at all to PvP. So it has essentially like the builds that ruined PvP before were like the Oridon trolls, the Mosaic sins, which, you know, that was the thing in and of itself, right? But like the Mosaic trolls had a timer. if they couldn't get you in 15 seconds, they had to go re-up their charges or whatnot, right? Like, it was a very awkward build. You had the Oridon trolls that you could stack against, but this is just, it throws all of that out the window. It falls into that perpetual power creep of like Blizzard games these days, which it's too bad, but all ARPGs really. If they reduce the blood boil radius to 4 yards, that's what's in PTR. Would it affect dueling a lot? No, because the radius, like Max has actually adapted to the radius very well. Like, so what he does is he'll get a name lock and he'll just cast down on top of you. So he'll cast the pet on top of you. Then he'll blood boil it. So it would still be the same thing. Max would still duel the same way. The only thing that would change is that he would hit me less when I come in looking for him. Blood boil radius nerf is going to be big, but build will still be viable. Yeah. Yeah. Like the only thing that it will make it so you have to be more accurate, essentially. Tainted going to be OP though. Yeah. They're doing something with Tainted. They're making him like way more strong. Also, Blood Oath might be stronger. Holy shit. Damn, dude. Stop killing D2 PvP, right? Yeah, exactly, man. But I don't think they focus on it. I mean, you can't expect them to. PvP is like, it doesn't have as many players playing it actively as PVM does. Certainly doesn't have as many people who cry in it as PVM does. And because of that reason, the devs of all games in ARPGs these days, just the loudest voices are what are heard, and no one has a vision of what they want their game to be, and they stick to it. It's like they all respond to what people say. So we live in this world where ARPGs now are dictated by the loudest crying voices, instead of like a dev team that says, okay, you know what? Like, we value these things. We want these to be balanced. We don't really care what people say. We're going to do it this way. We will listen to feedback, but only take it if it's in line with what we see for our vision. Like, oh, wow, we hear a lot of feedback about, the mosaic sin or whatnot. Just we can see it climbing a ladder more efficiently than everything else. That's probably not what we want. Balance is in our nature, right? We want every class to be able to climb the ladder equally, right? Or equally as fast, have an equal shot at it. Maybe that's part of their vision or something, right? But I think they need to define that vision first, and then stop listening to people crying about random shit and just be like, is that in the vision? Does changing the Sunder Charm drop rate affect how fast other classes can climb the ladder? No. Like, it's that, you see what I mean? Like, you can easily cycle out feedback that people cry about because it doesn't fit your vision. I don't know about that though, Turbo G. Is it though, in a game like D2R where they already bought the expansion anyway? Like, you know what I mean? What money are we hoping to get from them afterwards? Right? Like, if you're Blizzard, right? They bought the expansion. They're complaining about it. What money are we hoping to get from them after that? It's kind of like a one and done sort of thing. But I guess, yeah, if you're right, if there's like one or two more patches coming, yeah, perhaps. But again, I mean, you're right. I mean, really, it does boil down to that. It's like it's a money thing. Like, you can't make a game if you don't make money, and it's hard to make the argument that balancing a game and not caring that it's hard or that it has things people complain about is going to lead to money. So that's a fair argument, right? Like, that's kind of, to some degree, I understand how we got here. That was optimistic, yeah. Right, yeah. Blizzard is always about their next product to sell. I mean, any company should be, right? You can't hate them for that. Any company should be. Yeah, I'm happy D2R even exists. True, well said. I'm happy that we get updates. It is a bit frustrating sometimes, though, and those two things can be true. I'm so happy, and I feel blessed we live in this era where D2 gets the updates. It can also be frustrating that some of them are done incorrectly. It's the good with the bad sort of thing. That's what it is. Good with the bad. I think if it ever gets really bad, I wonder how many people might just go back to LOD. You know what I mean? Like, if there's ever just a time where the game gets so bad with, like, all of the updates that people say, like, they're just like, ah, fuck this, man. We're just going to go back to regular LOD with the bad graphics. He'll never be champ as long as I'm alive. Damn it. Yeah. Maybe one day let us take our servers like DevX on D1. Yeah. Or I wonder if ever there will be a time where I doubt there will be, but where something like TCP IP exists. Granted, it did lead to a lot of exploits back in the day, and it is sort of an unsafe thing in general, and I get that, but yeah, like having a D2GA for D2R would be so wild. Like that would be next level good, man. PvP players would stop crying. Go ahead and screw the game up. We'll just go make our own server. Easy, right? Like just like D2GA. Yeah. Still got LOD resurrected. Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, if you change core components of the game, like even some of those changes, like the FHR changes, the skill synergies and all of that stuff, like are markedly different. Like game mechanics are markedly different than LOD, like original LOD. But yeah, I'm happy to live in this time, you know, in this era. That's all I've got to say. It's like, I'm happy to live in this era where you get to complain about these things and, you know, wish things were different, but whatever happens, you know, it is what it is. And look, I mean, if there ever is a game that is an ARPG or something that focuses on PvP and is nasty, who knows? Maybe we'll see how good those games can be if that ever happens. Maybe there already is, and I just don't know it and don't play it, but yeah. Ono for president. Who the fuck is this guy? What up, Ono? Oh yeah, Elder Scrolls Online. Yeah, I heard good stuff, man. I think Max actually sent me some videos about PvP and Elder Scrolls Online, and it's actually kind of looks sick. Actually kind of looks good. So yeah, wild. All right, boys, is there no one else? You know what we've got actually in the meantime? GG's, Max. Well done. Top lock. I'm gonna go bust up some of these Ubers here. Our boy from the way, I always forget to do this, man. Leroy. Our boy Leroy has actually set us up. He's got some games up for us. I got to go get up in here and start poking down some clones because our boy set us up here real good. I totally forgot about that. I always forget to do it on stream. We got a little bit of time. We'll give these guys some time. I think we still got a HLD title bout, and then there's Squigs versus that's Squigs, the HLD title bout, which is Gators versus Squigs. That's going to be wild. But meantime, let's get in here and start poking some clones down while these guys get set up. Elden Ring PvP. Oh, that's right. That's what it was. Elden Ring. You right. Let's jam it, dude. All right. Let's see if we can make Leroy mad at us by getting a 2020 Annihilus charm again. Let's see if we can upset him. You're like, not in my goddamn game. Who do you think you are?
Greetings.
We need to get Leroy pissed. There's only one way to do that. Rip a 20-20-10 right here. Sigil Rancor, enemies attack each other. If Blood Boil Warlock steps on that, does his minions... sigils don't work in PvP, but I don't know about the minions. I don't think they work against player minions. I don't know, though. I think it's... We're getting a little... I'm surprised we didn't have an Annihilus. I think we're getting a little too cute with it, though. Like, you can't get cute with... You can't get cute with the war... with that lock. You gotta be... You just gotta get violent with it, you know? Yeah, I know it doesn't work against a player, but I don't know how it works against player pets. $15.26. Damn, son, we almost had it. We got one of the 20s. We just need the other one now. They got record low Annies tonight? Oh no. Well, hopefully we don't follow suit here. Hopefully we get savage. At least one savage Annie. I'm surprised this account has never found an Annihilus charm. We just like checked it off the Chronicle to find an Annihilus. That was weird.
Hail to you, champion.
Makes me wonder if somehow this got reset. Alright. Yeah, that was an oof Annie right there. It's alright. It's alright. 2013. Damn, son. Alright. Alright, we got the other 20, but we didn't get them together, alright? We got 20 stats, we got 20 resist. We need both of those to come together simultaneously. We need these to cooperate. Well, that ain't it. All right, how many more we got here? I think we got a couple more. Yeah, the problem is, too, though, is, like, even if, let's say you did something with, like, Max's pets where you, like, you feared them or something, he could just deathmark them and make them telly on top of you, which is all he really wants. He just, like, wants them to be close. So, I don't know. I mean, I feel like doing anything that causes them internal quarrels is kind of just...
Greetings.
I'm sure Max would be like, I'm glad you didn't hit me with something instead. I'm glad we're still in this. But I don't think they'll ever attack the player, though. I don't think in any case that ever happens. Even if you confuse minions, I don't think they ever attack the player. Man, 15, 15, 6. Damn, son. I think this is the last one, unfortunately. Oh, no, we got one more. All right. Bear Paw, let's go. Damn. 10, 12, 6. Horrible. That was, look, you jinxed us. You jinxed us, damn it. We got literal 10, 12 Frosty. We got the same fucking thing. You jinxed us. Damn it, Frosty. Who invited this guy? Who let him in here? Well, shit. All right, let's check this out, man. Let's see if anybody's jamming. All right. It looks like we're gonna miss them tonight, boys. But next time, all right. Next time, we're gonna have to catch up on this epic title bout. You can have my 10, 12, 5. Then you'll have 2, right? Yeah, Jesus, that'll make up for it. That's fair. That'll do it. Holy shit. Boys, let's get up out of here in style. Holy shit, what a night, man. We lost a lot tonight. We lost the lock. We were gonna be the #1 lock, and then Max decided he wanted to hold on to that title. We were gonna start a train to the top, and then Havito shut that one down. It's just ridiculous. Bill, let's get out of here in style, shall we? That's it. Hell yeah, boys. Don't worry, dry your eyes. We shall be back next week for DFC 205. No matter how much I lose, at least I'm not as bad as Joey. Boys, thank you so much for joining me, man. It always makes my week, DFC Thursday nights. I mean that, for real, dude. It's a huge honor being here with you guys every week. Next week, we shall get back on the horse. We'll see you guys then. Peace.